past 10 a.m., but I'd say 10:17 a.m. I'll take attendance. I am here. Vice Chair Shimsky. Vice Chair Barr.
Here.
Legislator Marr.
Here.
Legislator Parker. Legislator Pierce.
Present.
Legislator Smith. Legislator Tubiolo. Legislator Williams Johnson.
Present.
Legislator Woodson Samuels. And Chairwoman Borgia. We are open for budget appropriations. The first item is a presentation by the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. Committee, I thought, right? Welcome, Chair John McGarr.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cassidy. First, want to have the members of the committee introduce themselves. So, Beth, you want to?
I'd like to know for the record that we are joined remotely by Legislator Margaret Kunzio and Legislator James Nolan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Please proceed with the introductions.
Beth, you're on mute.
That's Smato, White Plains.
I'm Bill Kay. I live in Hawthorne.
John Mark, Scarsdale.
Rod Rafe, I live in Larchmont.
John McGarr, I live in Larchmont. Well, thank you for this opportunity to present our observations and concerns on the county budgets, which we define as the operating budget, the capital budget, and the special district budgets. This year, because of calendars, we had about 15 days to do this, to analyze the budget and to put the report together. The following that I'm going to go through summarizes our key principles in looking at the budget and our comments on 2023. And then we're going to go into three special areas that we focused on for this year. As in the past, we conduct special studies for the board during the year, and some of the topics of interest are included in this report, including continued work on the special districts and the capital plan. And after this meeting, we're at your disposal to go through and meet with you for details on any of the items that we present today. First, on the tax levy, this year's tax levy of the general fund and the special districts fund is a total of $13.5 million increase. The general fund is lower by $6 million, but the special districts are increased by $19.5 million. We'll be talking more about that. The key principles that we've used over the years in looking at the budget are to adopt a sustainable budget with revenues that are based on reasonable assumptions. And the practices of the past have gone away, where we were dealing with one-offs, one-time revenues, any borrowing from fund balance to balance the budget. And the committee has supported this approach of doing away with those. As in the past years, the committee has recommended that the budget department not only do the operating budget, but also take a view of the following 2 years to assess what potential issues may be in the future. The sales tax revenue used for next year, while based on reasonable assumptions of current revenues coming in, just want to note that this is bringing increased dependency on revenue from outside sources and is sensitive to declines in the economy. We look at the budget in terms of paying for current operating expenses from current revenues, and it's balanced. General fund is balanced. The special districts fund has issues, and we'll be going through that. And the special districts should get more focus since there are significant tax increases that are incurred in 2022 this year and projected increases for 2023 and continued increases most likely in 2024. We look at borrowing as being limited to long-term assets. The county changed this approach in past years and now gone back to only long-term assets being borrowed. And the total cost of the capital plan has gone up 23% from $5.3 billion to $6.5 billion in 2023. Reserves is a bright spot. The county has taken actions as well as from benefiting from the sales tax. That the budget department is currently projecting an increase in $66 million for this current year to end 2022 with $448 million in balance, which is a 19% of the general fund. That's a significant improvement. And the committee had been looking at a range of 8 to 10% in the past, just a couple of years ago. The county sales tax increase now accounts for a sales tax budget of about 38%, a little over 38% of revenues. And prior to 2020, that number was less than 30%. So a significant change in that revenue flow. The 19% unrestricted general fund balance is an improvement from where we have been in the past years, but it's significantly lower than what the rating agencies are now looking at, and more in the range of 39 to 40% for a AA or a AAA. We want to also look at and focus on low debt ratio, which the county has been able to maintain. And the next is maintain access to capital markets at the lowest interest rate. And in the past few days has been the outlooks from the rating agencies moving the county to a positive outlook and moving it from negative outlooks to stable outlooks for Moody's and S&P. All of this, looking at the budget, we recognize that the budget is increasing by just under 7% in expenditures over the year. And part of that growth is also the growth of 94 headcount, taking the county to just over 5,000 people. And while we understand the right sizing of the staff following the prior cuts that have been made, the difficulties hiring in tight labor markets, and the increased service needs in corrections, as well as public safety and environmental quality. Going forward, that level of expenditure increase has to be contained, and we bring a focus back again onto government efficiency initiatives. Overall, we believe that the county has met, financial position has improved, and we find the 2023 budget generally adhered to the principles that we've outlined. Now we're going to go through these three sections. And the first one is Rod Reef is going to take us through analysis on special districts. Rod?
Thank you, John. Good morning, legislators. So let me talk first about the substantial increase or substantial changes in DEF's operations and maintenance expenses. That there are, in the report, there are several comments about it. I think the important point here are two of them. In the sewer districts, it's projected to spend, if the sewer districts are projected to spend 5.5 million or 6.5% more than was appropriated, and 8.2 million or 10% more than the 2022 adopted budget. So that is certainly worth looking at, and asking that that DEF stays a bit closer to budget or explains in detail why they went over budget. And in the budget book, there is no explanation for that overage. County Water District is going to be about 12% less than the appropriated budget, and about 9.8% less than the adopted budget. And again, there's no explanation in the budget book about why such a wide variation occurred. And obviously, in that kind of situation, there is money that was designated for County Water District number 3 that could or might have been used for other things. And the refuse district is projected to spend about 2.6% less than the appropriated budget and 2.4% less than the adopted budget. And while this is significantly better than what we've seen in prior years, it's also worth looking at because, as you'll see in a little while, some of the areas in the refuse district that roll up to the top level have significant variations in what they spent versus what was budgeted. Going on to ARPA, the ARPA money has been used to replace revenue in the 2023 budget. That can cause significant tax increases in future years when there is no ARPA money remaining. And it's important, and you can actually see this if you look at the appendices to the report. You'll see in appendices, in the appendix A1, you'll see $9 million of ARPA money for 2022 in account class 61, and you'll see about 11 million in 2023 for the sewer districts. And then in the same line item in appendix A2, you'll see about 4.36 million for the refuse district. And obviously, when this money goes away in about 2 years, it will have to be replaced with something, including the possibility of significant tax increases. And again, we'll talk about this more later. There needs to be a justification for the significant staffing increases in the special districts. DEF requested an increase of 22 positions, which is 6.5%. Across all the special districts, sewer districts for 19, the water districts for 2, and the refuse district for 1. Some of this is due to safety and backup concerns that are, of course, reasonable. It's when you have one person on at night, if something happens to that person, there's no one there immediately to step in and help them. So some of this is obviously very reasonable. But the other the other increases, need to be significantly justified. And of course, this level of increase will negatively impact the budget, and obviously needs to be well justified. I'm going to go now to the property tax rate paid for standard sewer districts, and it varies across the county. I refer you to Appendix A3. And we're going to talk about the property tax rate paid for standard sewer service per $100 of assessed value. The assessed value talks to the difference in the economics of various areas in the county. However, from a sewer service perspective, in general, everyone gets the same service. So it's worth taking a look at the rate that people are paying per $100 of assessed value. And what we find is that in the municipalities, there can be more than one sewer district. In many cases, the rate paid per $100 of assessed value is different. So, for example, in the city of White Plains, the properties in the Mamaroneck Valley District pay 28% more per $100 of assessed value than properties in the Bronx Valley District. In the town of Mamaroneck, properties in the New Rochelle District pay 90% more per $100 of assessed value than properties in the Mamaroneck Valley District. In the town of Rye, in the properties in Portchester, in the Portchester District pay 61% more per $100 of assessed value than the properties in the Blindbrook District. And they pay 40% more, that is, per $100 of assessed value than the properties in the Mamaroneck Valley District. So the Portchester District, as you can see, is quite expensive. And then the other way to look at it is you've got to look at the sewer districts themselves, and the sewer districts vary a great deal in the amount charged for $100 of assessed value. So the New Rochelle District, for example, charges about 200% of the average charged across all of the Westchester sewer districts. The Ossining District is about 24% more than the average. And Upper Bronx, on the other side of that coin, is about 24% less. And this, just to remind you, is for the same service. So the BOL should request a written report describing in detail the factors which result in these differences, and to the extent reasonable explanations cannot be provided, efforts should be made to equalize the rate per $100 of assessed value across all the districts. And again, the differences in assessed value address the economic differences between the various municipalities. And consequently, the taxes paid by property owners will continue to differ because of the difference in assessed value against which the rate is applied. But the rate should be, unless there's a very good reason, the rate should be the same for everyone. And the rate per $100 of assessed value, the differences should be considered in the sewer consolidation study currently underway, and also in making capital investments and other decisions. And you'll see one comment about that in a few minutes.
Red light camera reporting ahead.
Excuse me? All right, let's go on to the.
And Rod, I think it's also interesting to point out, it's not just on the assessed value that there are these variations, but also if you look at it on a per parcel basis.
Yes.
Within the district.
Yes, you'll see that difference if you look at the chart in the appendix. So also, it's worth looking at the fund balance. And the special districts fund balance have been depleted over the last few years, largely to offset tax increases. And some examples, the examples are shown in Appendix A4. But in 2022, almost 49% of the total fund balance of the special districts was transferred to operating revenue. Specifically, almost 73% of the sewer district's fund balance was transferred. Fund balance was used in 22 and in prior years to minimize tax increases instead of combining the increases with productivity improvements and expense reductions to achieve the same goal. And in most sewer districts, with the exception of New Rochelle, there is almost no fund balance available to address emergency situations, such as repairs needed after a hurricane or a similar unplanned event. The water districts are in a slightly different position. They will have they had a reasonable fund balance at the beginning, a reasonable fund balance at the beginning of 23, and are budgeted to use about 36% of it for operating expenses in 23. The refuse district will have almost 14.3 million in fund balance at the beginning of 23, and they're currently budgeted to use none of it in 23, but they could use some of it to offset their 9.9% increase in tax levy. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. In the fund balance, there's an opportunity in Water District number 4, which we've pointed out in prior years. Water District number 4 is actually serviced by United Water of Westchester, now part of a much larger company. There is a fund balance of about $328,000, and the fund balance has not been used for many years. And it's worth reviewing the rules around this balance and determining if it can be returned to the taxpayers of District number 4, or used to support other special districts, or used in another way to benefit the taxpayers. So, that's clearly an opportunity that needs some more investigation. For the second consecutive year, the tax levy in many districts will have a double-digit increase impacting property owners. And this is shown in Appendix A5. The increases vary from a high of almost 24% to a low of 0%, but 67% of the districts with tax levies will see double-digit increases. It follows a similar set of increases in 22, and additional increases have been discussed for 24, 25, and beyond to address the trailing off of ARPA money and the increasing cost of services and the lack of fund balance. An important point to note is that the increases will negatively impact property owners of all the sewer districts, but especially the districts with large populations of low and moderate income taxpayers. Districts with a large portion of low and moderate income taxpayers pay about 50% of the overall cost of the sewer district's budget. And the 23 budget shows for those districts increases from a low of 1.1% in Peekskill to a high of almost 24% in the Upper Bronx area. It's worth looking at actions such as productivity improvements, plant consolidations, increased digitization, miscellaneous revenue, and so on, to mitigate some of the future increases. And we'll talk again about plant consolidations when we talk about the capital budget. The administration and the Board of Legislatures should review the special district's tax levy and fund balance situation and develop a multi-year revenue strategy, along with expense reduction productivity strategy, to minimize future tax levy increases. I want to talk about 2 districts in particular where there's potentially an opportunity. In the Refuge District, the Refuge District expense budget includes almost an $8 million or almost 11% increase over 22% projected expenses. This is higher than inflation and substantially higher than the other districts. In the budget book, anyway, there is no justification mentioned for the size of the increase. So the BOL should ask DEF about why such an increase is needed. And if the answer is not satisfactory, the BOL should reduce the size of the increase. If the increase is reduced, obviously, the 9% tax levy can also be reduced. The tax levy in the Refuge District is budgeted to increase about 9%. The district will end 22 with an almost $3.9 million surplus due to running about $2 million under budget, having $1.5 million more in departmental income, having $3 million in unbudgeted state aid, and about $50,000 in additional interest income. That surplus is currently scheduled to be added to the district's fund balance. If instead the surplus is used to reduce the tax levy increase can be reduced to about 0.8% versus 9% mentioned previously. Something to consider. The budget as submitted does not use any of the fund balance to reduce the change in the tax levy. The fund balance at the end of 22 is projected to be almost 14% of 22 projected expenses and almost 13% of 23 allowed expenses. If the surplus is added to the fund balance, these figures will increase to 19% for 22 and 17% for 23. It's substantially higher than what we've seen in the past in the county's general fund balance. And if the surplus is used to offset some of the tax levy increases, the refuse district fund balance percentage would be on a par with the general fund's percentage in prior years. The BOL should request the surplus be used to reduce the district's tax levy increase. Another opportunity is in New Rochelle. The New Rochelle residents, as we pointed out before, pay twice the amount per $100 of assessed value of sewer services as the county average. This gap will be increased when the $20 million of the capital budget, that's in the capital budget, is spent and added to the debt service included in New Rochelle's district's expense budget. New Rochelle is projected to have approximately $1 million surplus at the end of 22. This is due to a number of items, including $400,000 in additional interest on investments, $600,000 in spending less than appropriated. Those are the two items that make up the $1 million surplus. The budget's plan is to add the entire surplus to the fund balance and not use any fund balance in 23. This leaves the New Rochelle district's residents with about a 4.1% tax levy increase and a fund balance that would be 5.3% of projected expenses of 22 and 5.2 of 23 allowed expenses. It is less than the general fund's historic percentage of expenses. To reduce the gap with the rest of the county, however, the rate per $100 of assessed value, the BOL could use the unplanned increase in interest on investments to reduce the tax levy increase and only increase the fund balance with the $600,000 from spending less than the appropriated amount in 22. This would leave the fund balance at 3.5% of projected 22 expenses and 3.4% of allowed 23 expenses. It would, however, reduce the tax levy increase by slightly more than half. The tax levy would go from 4.1% to 1.9%. The BOL should consider this change to begin to reduce the inequity imposed on the New Rochelle district's residents by the fact that they pay twice the county average. And you'll see this if you look at the chart in the appendix. It's quite a significant difference. The miscellaneous revenue across all of the special districts may be an opportunity to reduce tax increases. The miscellaneous revenue items are spread throughout the budget and do not seem to get much attention. Many of them have been static over the last many years. There may be an opportunity to increase this revenue and use the increase as an offset to some of the need for increase in tax levy and property taxes. One example of that is on page C6 of the special district's budget, and and if you look at the highlighted lines in Appendix A6 of this letter, you'll see one such opportunity, or actually two such opportunities. And if you look through the miscellaneous revenue lines in the refuse district section of the budget, you'll see other opportunities to increase miscellaneous revenue and therefore reduce the need for tax levy increases. And we're going to talk about over budgeting, which I mentioned a couple of times. Historically, there's been a consistent tendency to over budget in the special districts. This has resulted in a higher tax burden than would have been necessary to fund the special district's operations if the budget had been closer to reality. The sewer districts, for example, underspent their budget from 2016 to 2020 by anywhere from 3% to more than 8%. But the 2022 results show a significant improvement in this area. Only one of the districts, that's County Water District number 3, at 12% exceeded the 2% to 3% target mentioned in our letter last year. The refuse district, however, deserves some closer scrutiny, as more than half of the codes and the roll-up to the refuse district top line underspent their budgets by 5.2% to 10.3%. However, overall, the refuse district only underspent by 2.9%. So there has been a significant improvement over prior years. The county exec and the BOL should commend the people involved, but should keep an eye on this area to ensure that the improvement continues. And I will turn it now back to John for the headcount planning and workflow optimization.
I think that's my cue, unless there were,
Sorry,
are we
Beth.
doing questions at the end?
And I have one more thing to add for special districts, and that is for the past 2 or 3 years, this consolidation study of sewer districts has been underway. And we would suggest to the board that they find out more information of the scope of that work and also the timeline and the objectives with that study.
I'll just say we have been trying to do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
We do
Okay,
have
Beth?
questions. Legislator Parker has a question to start.
Sure. Thank you very much for the work that you do throughout the year on the budget. Let me just start there because you are a very dedicated group, and you know the expertise that you bring to this, your financial acumen is always appreciated, and I certainly feel that having your eyes on our budget is very helpful. And this conversation is very interesting, concerning in some ways, but I want to discuss the special districts because, as you have noted, it's there some area of concern. I guess I would ask to the chair if maybe we could have Larry Soul join us, because I suspect that even in his department there may be some answers. I'll give you, for instance, one of my questions that I would have that probably only the budget director could answer is whether or not, given that New Rochelle, Mamaroneck, had these very large capital projects, I think totaling almost $500 million, several years ago, that debt service is now what is attributing much of what the increase has been. So I feel like we need to have that part of the conversation in-house to better understand if that's a reflection. I know I do feel that was a question that during one of our meetings in the last couple of months with our budget director that I had asked that question. I think maybe to have it set, answered by him directly in this meeting would be important. But I do feel that I had heard the response that there is, substantial debt service that we're now, those districts are having to pay, and that was for the nitrogen removal projects, which was important. And for those watching, any citizens paying attention to this meeting, we were under an EPA consent decree. We were at risk of having substantial fines. It had been these projects, the nitrogen removal project had been identified as a cause of serious pollution to Long Island Sound. And so we went ahead and we did this. And I think that most people watching would not argue with the fact that clean water is important, and we cannot just because it costs money, we can't just kick the can down the road. So I wanted that all on the record. If maybe we could get Larry to call in, even that would be helpful. And I'll stop there and turn it over to somebody else for additional questions.
Legislator Parker. Yeah, I want to add one more thing to what you said, because it's important when we start looking at the rate per $100 of assessed value to think about this. New Rochelle, and as been told to us, New Rochelle and Mamaroneck were chosen as a place to invest because it was the best places to invest, and less money would be spent in those two plants than if all the other plants on the Sound would have had to have also been updated. So all the properties and the districts on the Sound now benefit from the from the significant investment in both the New Rochelle plant and the Mamaroneck plant. However, there are districts that are benefiting without paying the price. And that's the goal, in a sense, of equalizing the rate per $100 of assessed value is to spread the benefit, to spread the cost and the benefit amongst everyone.
So you'll be happy to hear that we're paying the piper now for Blind Brook, so that we're doing that same nitrogen removal project in the Blind Brook sanitary sewer district, as well as Portchester. So those were the two that, as you noted, the other, sort of had the benefit of Mamaroneck and New Rochelle, but we decided that as a county, we needed to continue on that work. And so that is happening, just to make sure everybody nobody gets no free lunch here.
Right.
We're the byproduct of the free lunch.
We have a question from Legislator Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to fill in on this topic as well, I know our former chair of the BOL, Mike Kaplowitz, is making the rounds to the various municipalities. So I said in the discussion he had with New Rochelle public officials, and as he said to us when he talked to us, what's well over a year, I guess, since he came and talked to us. It's a question of getting the buy-in of the local officials. So it's maybe incumbent upon all of us to with regard to the consolidation plan. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear with the comment that was made about the consolidation plan, and the attempt to make it clear to everyone it's a win-win situation. It's not just a situation of winning municipalities and losing municipalities as it goes along, doing that work on equity. First question I had is kind of a general question with regard to bond ratings. And you mentioned it would be a significant increase. It would take a significant increase in the fund balance to get one of these top ratings. And the question is, I suppose in order to do that, you withhold some of the tax reductions, or you increase taxes, or you reduce government services. I guess the question is it worth it at the current interest rates and the differentiation between interest rates for the top-notch municipalities and those where we are? Would it be worth it for us to be trying to seek those in terms of the reduced debt service?
I can address that. I've read the recent reports, and it looks like Moody's is the one who's the most hesitant. I think Fitch ratings and S&P seem fine with where, the progress that has been made, to increase fund balance more than it had been percentage-wise in the past, which was what our minimum recommendation of 8 to 10% was based on that. But so it seems to be a Moody's issue mostly. They did comment on fund balance, and they have sort of they look at Westchester County relative to medians, and we do really well on a lot of things, especially wealth and things like that. But they compare us to the median for their AAA rated credits and their AA credits. We're below. Now, I don't know if other things in the future will offset that, but for now, Fitch seems less concerned about it because they put a positive outlook on a AA plus rating, which means the only rating left to go up to is a AAA. S&P did not, change their outlook. There's going to be a bond sale in December, so they all just updated their reports. But S&P did not change their outlook. They've got other things that they're concerned with, mostly the OPEB liability and, you know, a few other things. But so, I mean, generally the rating agencies want to see a few years of audited improvement. So it's to be seen if that's a big issue or not. All of them have acknowledged the improvement. Moody's seems a little more concerned with it than the others. So
So my question is really is how much of a difference does it make as interest rates rise, you know, whether we're at the top rated level or a tier below that?
I haven't done an analysis, but historically the AA1 rates and the AAA rates have been close. But again, that's something your finance commissioner could address, and Larry also.
Yeah, and as the county has improved in the outlooks of these agencies, which is the good thing. The bad thing is that interest rates have gone up.
Are now up.
Yeah. So the sale in December will be a test to see how much more we have to pay.
Yeah. You could compare to other bond deals that are done at AAA rates and for the same maturities, you know, see the difference. But
we'll see if the gap opens up a little more between the different...
it could now with higher interest rates.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
so but the big thing are the trends here, and you know, fund balance was down to like 3%. So I just want to say, I think the board. Well, hello to everybody, but and Chairman Gashi, but the county board and administration have done an amazing job at, you know, turning the ship around fiscally, and it wasn't easy. And, you know, it's been helpful to have some cushion from the federal government also for increased needs during the pandemic and other investments for the future. But, you know, this budget is adding personnel. You know, it's been flat in the past. So my comments are more related to trends to consider and things to consider for the future. And, you know, we understand, we had met with Larry, that a lot of departments have, you know, sat down with Joan and others about their needs and, you know, try to right size their departments. And you all dig into these things more than we do on a regular basis. So again, I'm looking at trends and so maybe there's one year you can go up more expense wise, but it would be very hard, I think, to keep that expenditure increase every year. It could have a negative impact on the balance in operations that the rating agencies comment on, to have expenses going up more than your revenues and inflation. So these are just things to keep an eye out. We certainly recognize that increasing caseloads, such as increased census and corrections from 500 to 800, necessitate increasing staffing to ensure safety and adequate services for both those being served and for our staff. But there are ways to increase efficiency through consolidations, accelerating the use of technology, and reducing redundancies across the many operations of the county. And, you know, there were a few years back, there was a consolidation. So I think the county needs to keep looking at that for the future. We looked at, and you'll see in Appendix A8, a department by department review revealed that while annual allowed positions increased by 94, increased salary and related benefit costs will exceed savings in overtime costs. I mean, we know that the county was trying to reduce overtime by adding positions, but we really don't see that borne out in the numbers in the budget. Out of 13 departments, not including special districts, with increased personnel, Overtime stayed the same or increased in 11 of them. I need to correct my number. The final report here is 11. So you can see that in 8 where we looked at percentage changes in overtime.
Sorry to interrupt, but to that point, we had a question.
I'm sorry, Beth.
Well, I wasn't
I just wanted
finished.
to ask to that,
Just to that point.
to that point, if we added positions to cut back on overtime, and it turns out that we are both that we have that increase, plus our overtime is not only staying the same, but it's going up.
Right.
One of the possible answers that suggests to me is that we have departments that are understaffed.
Still, that's what you're saying.
Um,
After the increases.
Yeah.
and I'm sorry, Beth, Legislator Marr is indicating that he wasn't completed with questions and would like to ask some more.
Well, yeah, and right on this point, isn't it, as you're pointing out, it's kind of paradoxical that the increase in full-time employees and increased overtime as COVID is receding, hopefully. I mean, from 21 to 22, it certainly did. And I would think any estimate would say 22 to 23. I mean, certainly people are still getting sick, but,
Right.
fortunately, milder case, it appears. So yeah, is that something you would suggest we inquire into more? And you also talked about sales taxes and what are you saying about sales taxes? That's not the steadiest or most predictable revenue stream, right?
Yeah, because you're more dependent on external factors that you don't have control over.
And we're fortunate it's doing well now, but if a recession hits, that's going to be one of the first revenue sources to be affected. So I think while we have this breathing room right now, and you guys, know the management of the departments better than I do or the committee does, and the county had started this. And I experienced it when I was on the council in White Plains, but doing management audits and I think Joan probably started that this year, meeting with department heads to see what they really needed to run their operations the way they wanted to, is, look for ways to consolidate instead of where there's similar functions. I know it's not easy, but it had been done a bit in the past by the county. But I think and using technology, new ways of delivering services. I think if the pandemic taught us anything, it was that, we can rely more on technology for certain things. Obviously, you need staffing in, the correction facilities, you need bodies there.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second to ask you if you're aware of a fact when we're talking about corrections? So we learned yesterday that a substantial part of the increase in corrections is that you're taking more federal prisoners because of the work being done at the facilities in New York City. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Something.
And the contract rate has not increased. They mentioned something, I thought, in their document, but we asked the commissioner yesterday, point blank, he said the rate has not been increased despite, as you indicate, overall inflation and labor settlements we have coming due. We had a 10% retroactive pay hike for the public, the various police unions. I don't think we've gotten to COBA yet, unless I'm mistaken. Did that come in, is that a factor you considered?
Well, like I said, you need staffing in certain areas. Corrections, I did see that there are more federal prisoners and they pay. I'm assuming they bring in money. So like I said, a lot of the details.
Precisely determine what the profit margin is
Right,
on-
yes,
on
that needs to
doing that.
be, make money on it. But, it's just something to keep an eye on, I think, over time, because, it sort of looks like a standard increase. And I think what we also saw when we pulled out some of the numbers, again, this is in A8, is that healthcare costs are going up double digit in this budget for, let's see, all but 8 of the 31 departments. So again, that's going to be hard to sustain going forward also. So as having been a former elected official, I know how hard this is, but the level of benefits and contributions may be something that the county once again needs to look at. Again, if you're looking out a few years for what can be afforded if we don't have the revenue growth that we've had already. So,
And also to look at technology, changes in technology and implementation. Understand that takes money and time, but there's a payoff to it going forward.
yep, and we've had, I think the raises and direct compensation increases have been moderate, but there will be pressure to raise those in the future. The county did a great job negotiating those, but now we've got an inflation. But whenever, the direct salary costs are increased, you're going to have a ripple effect to all of these benefits, which I'm sure you know. But that comes with an expanded employee base.
One more quickie before I get off, because I've taken a lot of your time. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
And going back, and if you have the answer, if you don't have the answer to this one right off the top of your head, let me know and you'll send it to me later. Going back to the New Rochelle sewer district, the 4.1% increase, what is that in terms of dollars to the typical taxpayer who's paying around 20,000 overall property taxes?
You're at 20,000 overall property tax, you're probably looking at something close to $1,000. So
$1,000 additional.
No,
$1,000
in taxes. So 4.1% of that.
So about $40 a year.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'll just finish by saying it's going to take being proactive on management of costs to maintain, expenses within future revenues. And it can be done by staff, although sometimes that's very difficult. I will just say I had a very good experience in White Plains where we needed to do a management audit in one department. And to have someone come in with expertise. We had MIT, engineer come in and do interviews with staff and just address some of the issues we had in our DPW department. And it was very helpful. So, there are studies that are done, that sit on a shelf, but there are people out there that know the latest service delivery, know how, technology can be used. Of course, that all takes an investment too, but, to maybe target another department next year and, do a deep dive on where things can be combined, you can increase a position, but maybe there's somebody else you can merge that position with. I don't know. So, but those are the things to think about going forward. And I guess that's it.
Yeah, I just want to add to the best point that included in Appendix 7 is an outline of an approach that you can use internally to go through and do this type of work, to see what things could be combined, what similar work is being done. and what technology can be used. And I'd also like just go back to Legislator Parker's request about maybe having a meeting with the budget director, and maybe through Greg, we'll see in the next couple of days if we can put something together with the B&A's calendar, which I know is hectic, Larry's calendar, and we could a subgroup of us could be part of that meeting.
Just to that point, Chair, to be clear, and thank you, John, for, I'm glad that you feel that would be beneficial. I was hoping that we could reach out to him now and just see if he could even join by phone, just to give some quick answers. So I'm hoping we can get some of our questions resolved sooner.
Okay, Greg, could you see if Larry might be available?
I like the idea of seeing if we can set up a conversation to follow as soon as possible and talk specifically about those points, and maybe completing this presentation in the interim.
Okay, all right.
I'd just like to add on the water and sewer, and we're not sure which direction that consolidation committee is going in. But based on my experience, you know, there are models out there. Buffalo has a sewer authority. Onondaga County, state authorization is required, as I'm sure you know already, to change the structure of anything. And then you have to decide how rates are done, but bonds can be refunded through new entities, and then things can spread around. I mean, costs can be spread around differently. So we acknowledge that historically there's a reason for why it's been set up the way it is, but maybe going forward, it's not the best way to continue. And the authorities have pretty high ratings for water and sewer. I think Buffalo's is separate, but Onondaga County's is combined. But that's a structure out there that can deal with the debt and disparities. So that's it.
Okay. I'd like to go through some points on the capital budget. As I said before, the capital budget's increasing by.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but before we get into the capital budget, we have a question from Vice Chair Barr on personnel.
Thank you so much. So just on the personnel issue, you know, and I definitely hear what you're saying. We definitely, you know, it was pretty obvious with each department that reported to us that this was a big push this year for adding personnel.
Yeah.
You know, across the board. And I have to say your table is extremely helpful. And, you know, we haven't had a chance really to look at the report yet since we just got it this morning. But you know, I'm sure there'll be questions afterwards, and the appendices are super, super helpful. So thank you all for putting the time into doing that. It's just incredibly useful. But in any event, one of the things that we heard a lot about in terms of why, you know, they were asking for particular personnel, and we did, of course, ask each department to explain, is something that we have heard over the last few years, which is that they really didn't have any succession planning, because a lot of what would have been sort of the middle management folks were cut out of the budget, you know, several years ago. And when, you know, the new people came in, they really, you know, they haven't gotten to a point where they could really take over in the event that the top management of an individual department leaves. And then a couple of years ago, as you know, part of the budget planning was, you know, giving that early, that incentive to retire. And then some departments lost many people, and they're not even just the biggest departments, but community mental health comes to mind. They lost like 9 people during that. And that was, of course, not planned for because that came up, sort of in the middle of the year. So my sense is that a lot of this is also sort of setting up for succession. So they, promoting some people, but then you have, those positions, the lower positions open. Or I noticed in several departments, they're adding like an assistant to the commissioner where someone, can really be sort of the right-hand person. So, I mean, it seems to me that, from where I'm sitting and from what I'm listening to, that this is justified, but that it's not something that will need to be repeated again and again, that this pretty much is the right sizing. There's a couple of departments that said they have a couple of vacancies that they still want to fill. But at least I hope that, this will pretty much put everybody where they need to be. But I don't know if that's something that is that something that you feel is likely? And when you say it's not sustainable to add 94 positions every year.
Every year, yeah. Or to have this, 6.7% expenditure growth every year. But there seems to be that there was an opportunity to do this year based on a number of things. So we'll see in the future. So I think, again, we were discussing just things to watch for the future. And, sometimes you're more inefficient if you don't have the right people in the right positions. But, again, we're fortunate that we can, take a comprehensive look and make these investments in people, where are necessary this year. But, it's going forward, I don't think it's going to be like that. So that's what we wanted to address, the management audits. And sometimes it's easier politically to have an outside, again, as an elected official, trying to get it approved from an elected body, to have an outside group. And I think I had sent copies of what we did in White Plains. They made really detailed suggestions that were implemented, and we were able to better understand what was going on in this department that we were concerned about. Because, there's all kinds of motivations for things. So we just wanted to throw that out there again.
No, absolutely. The other thing is, what seemed more, the other thing that came up a lot in this context is that, we do a lot of services for the whole county, which, and specifically for municipalities. For example, in HR, we do all the civil service, work, which is mandated, by the state for us to do, administer the tasks and go through the lists and all that stuff. So they, for example, are hiring 2 additional people to handle not the county work, but the municipalities work. And, when I said, well, are we, do we charge anything for that? Is there, and no, apparently we can't. So, that's something, we have a few places or several places where that exists, where either by state law we can't charge, or when I say charge, I mean you can raise your taxes, of course, but you can't charge the municipalities directly for the work that you're doing for them. And in other cases, it's just, well, we want to it's in everyone's best interest, like say public safety, to do this work for the other communities. But I guess, to the extent it's directly, the personnel that's being hired is directly, because we need to do this work for municipalities, and it's not necessarily at the same level for every municipality. I don't know if you have any thoughts about how, I mean, I'm sure our municipalities would not like to hear that we're going to charge them for something that we haven't charged them for before. And that's not necessarily good for us anyway, as elected officials, but, you know, any thoughts on that? Because, you know, a fair number of personnel seem to be devoted of this new batch to
Well, that's
being more helpful.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment because I know we had in White Plains had intergovernmental agreements with the county, you know, where maybe we would plow the county roads and trying to think of services, but we would approve sort of these intergovernmental agreements. So I'm wondering if, you know, that's a mechanism to use. And I know you've looked into the legal issues to use at some point. I don't know.
But isn't part of it really reaching out to the municipalities and explaining to them that the county is picking up these tasks that would be more involved in activities going on in their localities? And that's under the state law, so that the municipalities understand they're getting a benefit from the county government.
Yeah, so maybe the answer is, you know, make sure more municipalities take advantage of it so they can lower their local costs, you know, as opposed to just a few getting the benefit and everyone else essentially, you know, subsidizing that, the county tax levy. But yeah, I'm sure that's a challenge.
The legislative bar, just one other comment that you might want to add to the questions that are asked in every budget meeting. You might ask, in terms of the staffing question, how many labor hours were eliminated this past year or are going to be eliminated next year because of productivity improvements, including technology. And that might get people thinking about how they can replace labor hours with, you know, with other ways of doing things.
Yes, and we did, you know, hear a little bit about that, how they hope to get some system online, or they're planning to. But, you know, that is something that seems to move kind of slowly around here, which is another issue. You know, what do we need to do with our, you know, with IT to make it more productive for all of the departments? So, because they themselves appear to be overwhelmed. So it's that catch-22, you know.
Yeah, I recall the public safety presentation on the new program, and I think it's partially a problem of many different systems, and getting one unified system seems to have a long tail. It's going to be the implementation and distribution of this system across is projected to eventually save us quite a bit of overtime based for the reporting and similar considerations, but not yet applicable. And as I understand it, something that's going to take a year or more to finally get in. But the investment is happening now, so that's at least a good thing. Projecting forward.
Yeah.
And maybe what we can do is, you know, just try to keep tabs on it, because, you know, we do have oversight, and we can ask them to come in and report on where things are, you know, stand, which we do, but you know, maybe we need to step that up a little. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have a question from Legislator Pierce.
Thank you. I love that. And I do think, I wonder, as a follow-up to that last statement, if we should actually require every department to give us a blurb on any efficiencies that they've achieved in the past year. When they talk about their highlights, this is not usually what most departments are thinking of in their highlight bucket, but I think that we should guide them to make certain that they include this both in their highlight for the past year and their plans for the upcoming year. HR is a big area where this could have a huge benefit for us. And if you take a look at your wonderful chart here, we see that they and a 19.7% change in overtime. I know they talked specifically to us about various plans they had in place that were moving slowly along that should greatly improve things, including hiring someone to help oversee that transitionary plan. And also adjacent to that, I do think it would be beneficial for us as a county to have a footnote in our finances, which gives a financial dollar amount to the amount that's being serviced to our municipalities, if for no other reason than to explain to the municipalities how much is coming back to them. And I think it's important for us to have sight lines as to how much that's actually costing us, not because we can charge it back to them, but we need to know. And it's another area where efficiencies will really make a big difference because there's no way to monetize that. And thinking about the important work that you've done, which I'm extremely grateful for, there were a couple of moments where you mentioned we didn't have this information or this information was not provided. And I think it would be good for us because, looking at some of these and for some of these issues, I'm sure all of us who've sat at the table are like, oh, we have an answer for that. We know that their area has expanded this year. We know that this was an impact of certain programs. I think perhaps when it comes to the lines, the issues in employment and adding lines, it's probably good to make certain that there is some more narrative for that in the actual binder. Those of us who are at the table have the benefit of hearing it, but those from the board who don't attend the meetings don't get that benefit. And also you guys probably could do with the benefit in looking at the information. That being said, there is still something very valuable about seeing this in a vacuum and seeing it laid out this way without the narrative, because it puts the narrative in a context. When we hear it, it's very easy to just go along, yes, 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 this is all really good planning. And in many cases, it really, really is. But when you see this also kind of more nakedly laid out, I think it helps us frame things back. And as you said, right sizing. In a whole
I'd like to
other
say
way.
staff has been very good about meeting with us and Greg setting those up. It's just, we're looking at it, like you said, not from a different perspective. And, we don't, well, I'm not sitting in on all your meetings, but you have more detail on the, operations. Not that isn't open to everybody, but I just want to say Larry met with us a few times and, we've had people, tour the sewage treatment plants. And so I just want to make sure that everybody's been very supportive when we've asked for additional detail.
That's fantastic. And I think for us at the county, having that extra detail to try to understand where that break is for the overtime. And as Mary Jane had pointed out, it's complicated. There are some departments where you don't get that benefit yet because they're still understaffed. Or even though there are these staffing numbers, we know that they have a ton of vacancies. Or that they've recently, had a big shift where they moved up people within their department to other responsibilities or have moved them on to other departments where they have now better responsibilities, leaving vacancies behind them. So those kinds of shifts definitely are involved. And we certainly know that health issues continue to dog many of our departments, certainly for 2022. And let's hope that things will be better for 2023. So thank you.
Thank you.
On the capital budget, I think.
On the capital budget, I've mentioned this before that the total estimated cost of the capital budget this year is going to $6.5 billion from $5.3 billion. And that numerous projects, capital items that are addressed that have been deferred projects over the years. And given the size of this and the growth of it, the committee believes that there should be real oversight by the Board of Legislators to fund tools to improve the process and also a database to foster an environment of being able to quickly find out the status of projects. I'd also want to make the observation that 2.7 billion of the 6.5 billion, that's about 42% of the total, are for sewer and water districts. That's a sizable amount of money. And as we've talked about earlier, those costs will be recovered on the users of those services in those districts in future years and increasing the cost. We identified that there are multiple projects identified for the Blind Brook treatment plant. It's about $46 million. And we also understand that there's ongoing discussion of concerning that plant and converting it to a pumping station. And before committing the $42 million, the committee would recommend that the decision be made of, is the Blind Brook plant going to be moved to a pumping station and not continue as a plant. Now, the recommendations below fall into three categories. One is dealing with the data that's in the files and the document of the capital budget. The second one is having a runoff analysis of runoff of current debt outstanding, and then laying on top of that, if all of these projects become funded, what's the debt level of the county going to be, and doing that on a pro forma basis. And the third part deals with changes to the capital budget process. And I'm going to talk about the process changes first and then go back up. We believe that because of the size and magnitude of the dollars, that the BOL should conduct quarterly reviews of the capital budget to keep current on implementation of the plan, and also have similar reviews of the operating budget. Appropriation without bond authorization shall be reviewed and updated annually. We found a number of things that have been appropriated, but they don't move forward. Should be reviewed in terms of they currently really are needed, and also that they are updated in cost, especially going into this high inflation environment. We found in the past that projects that were not moving forward, their cost estimates were not being updated. And that a secure database should really be put in place. I know there was an effort in past years to doing this. We would hope with more investment now in IT that this would come to fruition, so that there would be ease of operation of seeing all the projects, that the county legislators would have the ability to see the status of them, as well as the total board. And that also, while the county's doing that, that they also look to put all the county assets, capital assets, on a database, make it easier to keep track of the assets. The recommendation processes are just things that we had picked up where projects move, some don't move. If they don't move after 5 years, that they really be dropped. And unless there's a renewed interest in pieces, and projects that have been partially bonded should be deleted from the capital plan if in fact the original purpose is no longer needed. And then on the runoff table is just so that while you're making a decision on the total capital budget, that you understand the runoff, that is the year by year flow of debt payments for the current debt, outstanding debt, and then do a pro forma looking at the items in the new items in the capital plan and where they would fall, what years, and what the expected debt was. And doing this by just making a general assumption on what an interest rate would be for all future years, because that's usually a hard thing for people to understand, of what interest they're going to be paying in the future. So that's the piece on the capital budget, and just again the size of it, and its growing and importance to the county BOL to have oversight of the process and the amount of the projects. So any further questions?
Yes.
I do, I'm just writing them out. I'll be ready in about 30 seconds, sir.
Okay.
We heard that. Any other questions before we get to Vice Chair Barr?
Thank you. So I didn't get a chance just to comment or ask anything on the sewer districts, but I will say, we have been eagerly awaiting the report on the consolidation of the sewer districts, and we periodically will ask about it, and we're told, yeah, it's coming. So we have not seen or heard anything that has been concluded or been targeted in that study yet. So definitely we hope by this time next year we have more on that. And I do represent Portchester, so I am interested in your assessment of the fact that they are grossly overpaying compared to other districts. I know that a ton of work is being done there, and it was just alluded to, I think, but as you've both pointed out, it's very difficult to make comparisons when you don't have sort of the whole picture in front of you. So again, I really appreciate the work that you do. It really helps us to focus. So thank you.
I think Vice Chair Shimsky has stopped writing, so.
Okay, thank you. Since this is in many respects my valedictory on this subject, there are just certain things I want to put on the record. 15 years ago, which was 2 county executives ago, we actually had, or the Department of Public Works actually had, a fairly robust asset management plan. So you could keep track of your major components at your major facilities and know how far along they were in terms of useful life, what kind of condition they were in, excellent, good, fair, poor, and you knew what was coming before you smelled a gas leak, say. There was also a second program, which I'll call it a dashboard for now, that gave us the status of projects. We had both of those things. In 2010 and 2011, those things were wound down, in part by laying off the employees who were responsible for inputting the data. Starting in, I guess, 2000, for the 2014 budget, we, the board, put in capital ads to try to revive these systems. Late in the Astorino years and beginning in the Latimer years, there has been work done on reviving the asset management plan for the wastewater treatment plants. The reason why we started with that is not just because that's the biggest collection of stuff that we have, and stuff that, by the way, gets corroded by all the kinds of stuff that goes through wastewater treatment plants. But the second thing is it's actually mandated by either state or federal law, I don't remember which, so we had to do it. But when you're talking about things like gas pipes in a building, when you're talking about boiler systems, when you're talking about lighting and electrical, when you're talking about the buildings themselves, how old is the roof? We used to have some of that stuff, but we have not for a long time. We need to get it back. And anything that anyone around the table or out there in virtual space land can do to help move this conversation forward, it will definitely help county government move more efficiently. And second of all, we have had some close calls the last several years on certain things because no one knew there was a problem until things almost, and I don't want to be too melodramatic to use the word, but things almost blew up. So we need to get back, we need to do these things. They're probably a lot more expensive than they were back in 2014. I think we put in like a total of $600,000 to start the design work for those things. It's gonna cost a lot more now, but it needs to be done. I think the quarterly report, and if it turned into a semi-annual report, I don't think it would be the worst thing, but I think a quarterly report is an excellent idea. I think there needs to be some serious thought and conversation as to what should be included in those reports. But there's certainly information on how things are moving or not moving needs to be much more readily available to the Board of Legislators than it currently is. Now, my last point, which has nothing to do with the innards of the capital project system, is we know that we've had several interest rate hikes. We may end up with more interest rate hikes. When we consider how to time capital projects that are certainly not life safety capital projects, or capital projects in the planning stages that we know we have several years before we get to them, is there a way, a reasonably reliable way to game the system to decide maybe to put something off a year or two, or move something up a year or two, to try to deal with the inconsistency in interest rates? Now, even if it's beyond your expertise, that's fine. My question is, do you think it might be doable?
Yeah, and I think you can do like a sensitivity analysis. If it goes up certain number of basis points, then it would be this. And if it, or maybe it's this in the foreseeable future, and then you do a sensitivity. But your financial advisor could help you on picking interest rates based on current and, right now we just read at the front page of the Wall Street Journal that 20-year rates are lower than, 1-year rates right now, just because of this inverted yield curve and how people are viewing inflation in the future. So that's the kind of thing your financial advisor would know, and could provide you some real good interest rates for that kind of analysis.
And also having good knowledge of what are the items required in the capital budget to be for replacement, and the nature of those, and the underlying inflation in the economy, and how much commodities are involved in the production of a device.
Well, yeah. That's an excellent point as well, and it certainly dovetails with the borrowing costs.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And John's point about inflation, I think, is a really good point, because while you may save some a half a point or a point on interest, over the long term, you can wipe that all out by having a significant increase in your cost of steel or your cost of concrete, et cetera, because of inflation.
Would trying to figure those things out also be called a sensitivity analysis, or is that called something else?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, because they all play a factor in the final decision.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but Judy from the committee raised her hand. It just flashed on and off quickly.
Judy, did you want to make a comment to that point, or is this how the hand went up and then down?
She knows interest rates, yeah.
Judy, any interest in speaking interest rates? Let's see. While we're following up on that, Legislator Pierce has her hand raised.
Is Mary Jane finished? Do you want to?
I think I'm done.
Okay. I'm sure those of you who are watching the screen saw many of us waving our hands in great excitement when you mentioned the database, and obviously that is such an important tool that we need to have. I'm wondering if anyone has seen any existing off-the-shelf or even just existing examples, because I can just in my head imagine different ways to skin this nut, and there's probably it would be good to have some guidance in figuring out the best way to design such a database, because there is, as we're talking through the table, a lot of different types of information which ideally should be included in some way. And I don't know if that's in anyone's expertise set to have seen one of these in operation, have any recommendations or places to look, but that would be great. I know we always think about starting from scratch in the house, and that might be the solution, but at the same time, knowing some examples of what works and sometimes what doesn't work or what's insufficient can be really helpful in figuring out what we need to have.
And we could look at that. I think we have members on our committee who could have the skills to do some search and come back with some items. Either
that would be wonderful.
Criteria that are out there or specific products.
Thank you so much. I think it is such an important tool. We've been missing it. We talk about it with great frequency. And also, as I was texting with one of my other colleagues, when we took a look at the staffing levels and staffing changes for various departments, IT, we need an IT department, just like we once upon a time, still need a more robust planning department to get projects done. There are certain key players within the county that manage things that allow the other departments to do what they need to do more efficiently. And clearly our IT department, if we need them to be taking on these important tasks, these increased efficiency tasks, which will have financial benefits and oversight benefits at a more rapid pace than they're able to get to them given their current staffing levels, it's something that we possibly should be looking at.
I agree with that. And IT over the past 3 years was just trying to keep the county running.
Right. Absolutely. This is not in any way a negative on the work that they've been doing, but just that the work that we need them to be doing is probably bigger than what their staffing is capable of getting done.
Correct.
Because of just the workload.
I agree with that.
Well, and John, we had done some work on this and met with Marguerite and others and had put out some recommendations about how to coordinate across departments with IT, with some recommendations and prioritize projects. So, John, I don't know if it might be good to circulate that report. Was it last year or?
It was 2 years ago.
Okay.
A year and a half ago. So we brought it up 2 years ago, and we did the final report about a year and a half ago. And we proposed it. Margarita proposed it to the administration, and it didn't get too far. But we'll recirculate it to B&A, so you can see.
Thank you very much. I know they're very focused on cybersecurity, which is critical, something they really need to be focused on. But we would appreciate seeing those as well.
Okay.
Any other questions around the table or remotely? Well, I want to join in the chorus in thanking you for the work that you're doing as we're reviewing these departments, especially department by department and going into the details. It's easy to get lost in the trees, and having your review, your perspective of the forest and the recommendations are invaluable. I especially love the charts and the appendices. And I look forward to following up with Larry Soul and otherwise on the recommendations you provided. Thank you for the role that you've all been playing in helping us review these large and complicated systems.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been great working with you over the years.
Okay, we'll be in touch here.
Happy
Bye-bye.
holidays.
Thank you so much.
Happy holidays to everyone.
All right, excellent.
Okay.
All right, next is health? No? Good news. Next is the Board of Elections. Are we joined by commissioners? Yeah. All right, so we are joined by Commissioner Nelson and Commissioner Colty. They are still muted for some. Is that right?
They may have gone to get a glass of water or something.
Which is maybe a good idea.
Or checking on the France-Tunisia score, one or the other.
Good morning.
I say one, so I worrying about the Netherlands.
Big matches today. Poland, Argentina.
That's exciting.
That's the big match, huh? Okay.
USA. I think we both see and hear you now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear us?
We can, yes.
Okay. Good morning, all. For those of you who are on the call who may not know who I am, I'm Commissioner Tajon Nelson, the new Board of Elections Commissioner. I'm here with Commissioner Colty, my counterpart.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
We're also going to introduce the team that we have in the room here who helps us prepare and get this budget together to submit to all of you. On my left here, I have Joseph Vittoria.
Good morning.
Lucy Master Giacomo.
Good morning.
Bill Jill.
Good morning.
Christine Sculte. And for technical support in here, we have Frank Corvino, who you won't see, but he's on the camera. So if there's any technical difficulties, they'll be his fault. No, just kidding. Obviously, we're here to present the 2023 budget. You all have gotten a copy of our submission. You should have the PowerPoint, which I'm guessing will pop up momentarily on your end. I sent it to James. Good morning. Okay. I'm going to start going over some items from our presentation, and then I will discuss some of our department accomplishments from this year. And then Commissioner Colty and I will alternate back and forth discussing some highlights, initiatives, and things that we had going on for 2022 and will be going into 2023. Okay? Okay. So obviously, we're all aware that we're the Board of Elections. We're a bipartisan board established by New York State election law. We have various responsibilities, mainly to ensure the proper conduct of all elections, which include early voting, general and special elections for the municipal, county, state, and federal offices. I'm actually on the next slide. I know, I'm sorry, going a little fast because as prescribed by law, we also ensure that all qualified voters in Westchester County have every opportunity to participate in our elections, whether by registration, in person, mail, or other lawful electronic means. People also are able to participate in our elections through absentee voting and other things like that. We're also, our main office accepts voter registrations. We also are in collaboration with the New York State Department of Motor Vehicle that electronically transmits voter registrations to our office. We're responsible for processing party enrollment changes, which for those of you who may not be aware, happen on a continual basis up until the lock deadline for the primary, which happens to the last couple of years been Valentine's Day. So if you haven't changed your party by Valentine's Day, you're unable to do so until after the June election, with the exception of this year, although we had two primaries, the party enrollment still kept rolling almost until the elections due to those last minute things. We're also responsible for voter cancellations, which can happen due to deaths, out of county movers, felony incarcerations, that sort of thing. We also have all Westchester County voting history. I said that we also process absentee ballots. We provide 9 days of early voting for all primary and general elections, which this year, as we had 3 elections, we actually had 27 days of early voting this year. So we were very busy. We're responsible for obtaining polling sites for the county's elections, primary, general, village, and special elections. Oh, the next slide. We cannot conduct our elections without recruiting and training election poll workers, which we do in person and via electronic inspector training. One of our big things is certifying and recording the canvass of every election, which we're currently in the process of certifying the November 2022 election, which should be done by the end of this week. As you know, we're responsible for maintaining, control, custody, and repair and purchase of all voting equipment, including voting machines, electronic poll pads, handicap equipment, and voting booths. Another one of our lovely responsibilities is reviewing, certifying petitions here for public office, including the offices of which you are one of the public offices that we have to review petitions for. And we will be doing that next year, as well as propositions to be on the ballot, which we had quite a few this year. We obviously, like I said, I already said we had 27 days of early voting. We had 2 primary elections due to redistricting. We also utilized, we have 1,000 Plan A machines, 560 ICE machines. And in fact, next slide. And then we also conduct village elections for the county. At this rate, we are literally almost conducting every village election, either in November or in March. And going into 2023, we'll be gaining 2 new villages that are coming from March into November, which would be Hastings-on-Hudson and Tuckahoe, as they had referendums on the ballot this year that passed successfully. And in our March elections, we will be gaining Port Chester for the election of mayor this year. And that only leaves 4 villages in the whole county, of which we do not conduct, but we do provide voting equipment and technical support to, which is Briarcliff Manor, Buchanan, Pelham Manor, and Scarsdale Village. Okay, we also support the fire, water, library districts throughout the county, as you know. And also school districts, many school districts, including up and through November and December, which have their own special elections as well. So literally, we have an election this week, and we'll have a few elections going through out the end of the year. Westchester currently has 341 polling sites. We have 945 election districts. With all of these fun responsibilities, our personal services / personnel changes is remaining the same at with our 106 staff members. As you can see here, what we're asking for our 2023 budget request, $23,925,727, which is increased a little bit from 2022. However, those additional increases are relative to salary increases, pending potential increases for CSE raises. As you know, that contract is up. Additionally, we had to also request to purchase our own cargo vans in order to transport supplies and equipment between our 3 locations. For those of you who don't know, we have a warehouse in Ardsley, a warehouse in White Plains, and then our main office on Caroka Street in White Plains. Okay.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm online. Thank you so much for everything you do, your due diligence. I know it's a lot to do. We have, 945 election districts in the county, correct?
Yes.
I know it's a lot, and we have a lot of polling sites. I'm sure some stuff has to be increased because of inflation. Have we taken that into account?
Yes, while we do have some increases, we have been able to fairly maintain the numbers pretty much on par. Like I said, we have a few places where we have to see some increases, and we do have people here who can explain a little bit more in detail. Like I said, one of those is that we want to purchase our own cargo vans, as we find that when we're trying to borrow cargo vans, particularly for long-term usage before and after elections. Unfortunately, the motor pool is unable to provide us those vans at times, obviously because we're sharing the motor pool with the rest of the county, and also for the duration of time, which sometimes can be up to a month, that we utilize these machines. And again, as I stated, the salary increases, and we've increased the cost for obviously equipment and some of our supplies, because as you know, with the rising cost of inflation, as I heard many departments talk about here, that obviously affects us as well with the additional supplies that's needed, and pending any additional equipment that we may need to order to meet the New York State mandates that are constantly coming down the pike, which pretty much
unfunded
we have to
mandates
turn
hurt us
around.
always in the budget. I think 85% sometimes dictate to us, and I appreciate what you do and Commissioner Coldy does, and dealing with the several primaries, dealing with so many different village elections, board of education, fire districts, and everything else. It's a lot, especially with a county of 1 million people. So I thank you. I thank the team. I thank, of course, Commissioner Colty and the team, and appreciate your due diligence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Legislator Tubiello. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question, Legislator Tubiello. I didn't see that you had joined, so we will mark you as present. In the future, let's try to
appreciate that.
Let's try to keep the questions through the chair. We see that we have one other question from Legislator Marr. Otherwise, I would say that I'd have a preference, and also Legislator Shimsky. I do have a slight preference to having the presentation completed and then the questions, but Legislator Shimsky, did you want to wait?
I can wait, Jim.
How about you,
Mr.
Legislator Marr?
Chairman?
I'll wait.
Mr.
I'll
Chairman?
wait, certainly.
Great.
Yeah,
Yes.
let us finish the presentation because I'm sure you have questions about what we bring up. First, I want to thank the Board of Legislators for having us today and for always taking an interest in what we do here at the Board of Elections. Many of you are aware that there's been many changes in the election law in the last few years that have taxed this Board of Elections to do things more quickly, efficiently. And, given that we have over 6,000 election inspectors to train each year, and we employ around 4,000, Commissioner Nelson and I are totally committed to automating more of the processes here to comply with the changes to the state election law and to make the voters' experience more streamlined, and the election night reporting of results more quicker, and getting everything out to the public more efficiently and at a lesser cost to them. Historically, and I'll start with the election night reporting system where we put the numbers to the website. Historically, we had a system where the election inspectors would call in the numbers to employees and other county employees here at the Board of Elections, and we would post those numbers to the website until we got back the memory cards from the field. This system has worked for many years in the past, and we're at the point where I think we can do things more efficiently. Commissioner Nelson and I are committed to putting in a new election night reporting system that would actually take the numbers from the memory cards at the polling sites and upload directly to our web and to the state board's website. This would eliminate a lot of the manual inputting of these numbers into our system, eliminate a lot of the employees, the temporary employees that we have to hire on election night that are receiving these phone calls here at the board. And this would make for reporting, hopefully they'll all be done by, 10 o'clock. And numbers would start coming in immediately after the polls closed. So this is one of the systems that we are talking to vendors. The state board is aware of this. They have certified equipment to do this. Some of the equipment we already have here in place with one of our vendors, where we would only have to increase some of the licensing for some of the equipment that we'll put in the polling places. But most of that infrastructure is in place, and I think it would just save the taxpayers money and make for a lot of happier candidates and happier elected officials on election night. That's one of the systems we're looking to replace. Our voter registration system here is about 20 years old. Some of it is has to be connected to other systems here by bridges, software bridges. We want to streamline most of that. It is time to get a new voter registration system here. This would make for it easier for us to have all of the components of running the election, communicating better, more streamlined, and a cleaner way of running the elections here, and it would reduce on some of the overtime and labor. Besides from that, an election management system that would communicate with these other systems that would we would be able to implement, create, and run the elections and certify elections quicker and more efficiently. So all of these systems are on the table where Commissioner Nelson and I will, start bringing in the vendors, start putting the budgets together, what we're going to need, and with the 6,000 inspectors that we have to train over the next 6 months, 8 months, to start implementing this with them as well and fast track. That's that's 3 of the systems we'd like to change. We did implement a pilot program that is a universal check-in at 5 polling places where voters would enter the polling place, go to a check-in table, get a receipt where they would obtain their ballot at another table, and be able to vote and eliminate the lines, where this has been streamlining the process at these locations. It was very successful this past year. We did it at 5 locations, and we're looking to implement that at many more locations moving forward. So we are looking to make the voters' experience more pleasurable and quicker. So this is important during presidential elections, where there was some hiccups in the last presidential cycle. So we do want to gear up for that, where there'll be no issue with lines and voters that wish to vote on election day and early voting will get through the process very quickly. As far as other equipment, we're looking to get a device, a system where we can scan the absentee ballot envelopes and the affidavit envelopes very quickly, create a PDF file, and we can email out to those foiling those documents where there would be no delay prior to or after an election, where we can get that information out to the public and to the candidates. So these are some of the changes that we are looking to implement moving forward. We don't think there's going to be substantial cost to all of this, but some of these systems we do have the ability to run with existing software, with existing vendors. Some we do not, and we're going to have to buy new systems. So I think with the future of voting and with all the legislative changes that were done the last few years and all the future legislative changes that, are thrown upon us last minute, I think bringing this board, closer to, fully automated as possible, while keeping in mind the reduction in labor is also an objective, is the goal of Commissioner Nelson and I. Thank you.
Okay, Doug. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna just go over a few more things that we just wanted to highlight. And then after that, you guys can kind of get ready for your questions. So obviously, we had, like I said, this year with early voting, we had to expand the early voting to 8 hours a day from our previous 5 hours, according to New York State election law. In regards to that. So now we have additional hours for early voting in order to increase voter participation throughout the year. I did mention redistricting. As many of you watching the news know, redistricting was completed and then it was appealed in the Court of Appeals. So we had to basically do redistricting twice due to the different 2 submissions. And we still have additional redistricting to be completed, as you know, for the last end of 2022 going into 2023 for the county legislative lines, New Rochelle and Yonkers City Council districts as well. And then after all that redistricting is done, we also may have to do the assembly lines again, per those appeals that were done for redistricting, which is supposed to be done before 2024, when we're ready for petitions at that time again. So we've had to, that basically made it so that we had a lot of staff here who had to turn around those redistricting lines fairly quickly in order to be ready for petitioning and signatures for the times in March. Additionally, one of the big changes that has been going on is the early canvassing law, which requires that absentee ballots are opened every 4 days. This is in an effort to ensure that all the election results are completed and that there are more inclusive numbers by the time you get to election day. So that's a new change that a lot of folks are getting used to, as well as the fact that once they apply for an absentee ballot, they're no longer able to go to the polls and vote on the machine. If they haven't returned their ballot, then they are able to vote on the machine by affidavit, which we'll subsequently research. There's also an additional curing process for absentee ballots and affidavit ballots, which then kind of extends a little bit of the time for voter participation for people to correct some of their errors. And there's different qualifications in regards to that. In addition to some of the other laws that you have, we had where you had to have one early voting site for every 40,000 registered voters in the county. We more than exceed the required number of early voting sites in Westchester County because we have 23 sites, which is well over our number based on our enrollment figures. Subsequently, there was a new bill passed regarding if there's 300 or more registered voters on a college campus, you have to have a poll site there or as close to there as possible. We did review all the colleges and universities in Westchester County, and subsequently we do have, like at SUNY Purchase, and we have met that mandate, and we will be reviewing the numbers going into 2023 to see if we need to expand that. One big increase in cost of postage, which Doug and I should have mentioned, is that the new law requires return postage. If you call and request an absentee ballot application, we have to supply a return postage paid envelope. Also with your absentee ballot, we have to supply a postage paid return envelope. So we had to acquire and order postage paid envelopes using our permit number and those things. So those are just some of the highlights. As you know, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act bill passed, and that will have a lot of far-ranging, long-lasting impact, which will stay tuned. A lot of those statute requirements are going to take effect going into 2023 and beyond, election years, in time for our next presidential. And there's just some other bills pending, and we'll keep you posted. Additionally, one big one that I think you should be aware of is that although same-day registration did not pass, there's legislation pending that will change registration deadline from 25 days before the election to 10 days, which obviously will also be more taxing on us here, as we'll have to turn the voter rolls around much quicker and update them accordingly in our electronic poll pads. Those are some of our initiatives and things that we're looking forward to. Additionally, in 2023, a couple of things that Doug and I are also going to implement is a disability advisory board in order to create and coordinate some relationships with disability groups throughout the county. This year, we had a presentation with the Westchester Disabled on the Move that our election inspector department coordinators conducted that and then answered questions and gave a nice presentation, and we got good feedback from that and are open to other organizations who would like a demonstration as well. And we also plan to set up a voter outreach committee to high schoolers and college so that we can basically increase free voter registration for 16 and 17-year-olds, as well as increase our election inspector recruitments going through the next few years. So, maybe anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, other than for next year, also redistricting is going to be taxing on us. I mean, we'd like to get those lines sooner rather than later. We don't control any of that, but implementing that for the petition process, because we're gonna have many candidates. It's a local year in Westchester. Many local candidates are going to be, reaching out to us from maps and district and list of voters, and that's important to. It's probably something that should happen sooner rather than later. And getting all of our meetings together and bringing all these vendors in to get everything jump started so that we can hit the ground running, as soon as possible, and train our inspectors and conduct the elections as we can. So basically, Commissioner Nelson and I are on the same page, and looking forward to provide the public and the candidates and elected officials and with a streamlined, easy process for everyone.
Okay, thank you. We have a question. I think we're starting out with Vice Chair Shimsky.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. This was very informative, and as usual, I don't mean to slight Commissioner Colty, but I just want to congratulate Commissioner Nelson on being very prepared, very detail oriented. It's much appreciated. I had a couple detail questions dealing with the service indicators. The 2022 service indicators, we've had some discussion about service indicators during the budget review. That is a model of what service indicators are supposed to be, and that's very much appreciated. Usually we expect anticipated service indicators for the subsequent year's budget. So for 2023, what we would anticipate here in terms of number of elections, voter turnout, and so on. What are you anticipating in terms of the number of elections? Because we have the usual ones. We're going to have at least one special. I don't know how many more, and the various local elections. Do you have a number at this point, or can you get that to us?
Well, we know we're gonna have primary, the general, the special, and then the village. So at the present time, we anticipate 4, and barring any other additional special elections at this time.
Okay.
So we can say that there's definitely the March village elections, whatever date after you guys set the special election for your seat, Legislator Shimsky. And then obviously the primary, which will be in June, and then the November election. Those are our expected at this time. But again, we never know if something else will arise, or if any of you will surprise us and retire early or anything of that nature. So
yeah, I just thank you. I just wanted to make a comment from kind of the 30,000 foot view. Is we know that because we think of these things as in 4-year cycles, as with the Olympics. And this year 3 that's coming up tends to be the light one because we don't have a county executive race, and obviously odd numbered years are always lighter than even numbered years. But we will be going into our big year the following year. And as you all pointed out, there are various compliance issues that we have to get ready for. We have county redistricting. We're going to have a second assembly redistricting that's going to have to be ready for the following year, and so on. So just my 2 cents worth. I think that basically leaving things level in terms of staffing and most other things at the board is probably a prudent move for year 3 of the cycle at this point. And that's it,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I would agree that most of or almost all of the employees will have to be trained on all the new equipment and new software we're getting to be ready for the presidential election. So cutting employees staff now and then rehiring is not a good option.
Yeah. And we're certainly going to need all those employees and some for perhaps some more for a presidential year, so.
yes, absolutely.
Okay, on the queue, we have Vice Chair Barr, Legislator Marr, and Legislator Pierce. Legislator Marr, and then follow with Legislator Vice Chair Barr, and then Legislator Pierce.
Oh, did you want me first?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. First of all, I apologize for not being face to face. My video is interfering with my audio, so this is the best I can do. And I echo the compliments from Legislator Shimsky. Excellent presentation today. You mentioned you'd have the certified canvas by the end of next week. When does that mean it would be online for us to look at?
I said we're certifying by the end of this week. Certification is due December 2nd. So I would say in the next 2 to 3 weeks, obviously once we certify and we do the canvas, we have to have it proofread with a bipartisan team and looked over with a fine tooth comb before we present it. But once it is up and running and it's complete, I will send an email out to yourself and the rest of the legislators for your review.
Well, that'd be great. Thank you. Second, with the new rule on opening the absentees, how would you challenge those, or how would you know to challenge them if they're being opened on a rolling basis?
Well, you would have to come review them in between the 4-day cycle. So you are still allowed to come look at them before they reach the table on the 4-day review. So for our schedule, we open every Tuesday and Friday, as each Board of Elections has to pick the 2 days that they would open and review the absentees. Keep in mind, though, with the new early canvassing laws and rules, again, there is minimal option, we'll say, for court action. Yes, Commissioner Goldie, at this point, based on where the law is now. But yeah, you would have to come before it hits the 4-day table. So in essence, as many of you in the past before, you'd have to make a request to our office to get the list of absentees that were returned, and then you would come in and fill out a foil paper if you wanted to review those ballots at the time. Subsequently, people can be at the table when we're opening. However, you're not able to object at the table and you're not able to see the ballot because it's just open and placed in secure envelopes until the time when we can actually scan them through our system.
So did anybody do that this year? Did anybody come in and look? No. Okay, because it's a little, be kind of cumbersome and you don't know whether it's a close election or not.
Yeah, I mean, also having the staff to come in on a daily basis to review the absentees, additionally with minimal avenues in order to object based on the new election laws, which are basically seem to be created to minimize disenfranchising of any voters.
I believe there were 2 different lawsuits on this in different parts of the state. And the 2 different departments, the rulings were different in each department. So I'm sure we're gonna hear more about this. Many of this is challenged down the road, but the courts are still digesting this.
Yeah, this is also, and then also with the new early canvassing, people have been a little confused because it's not that we're getting results early. The ballots are just being opened and prepared to be scanned at different times before the first day before early voting, and then right after early voting is completed. And those numbers then get included in the election night results for voting. So that's a little different. A lot of people are thinking that the results are not revealed, or so you're just literally putting them away in the locked secure room, and then they're scanned later. And then even when they're scanned, those results cannot be released until election night.
But the envelopes are not with the ballots. I mean, they're open, they're taken out.
Correct, and the ballots are then put into a bigger envelope altogether by the days that they're open in order to be scanned at a later date. And this is all included in this is all included in the canvas notice, which went out to all candidates this year. And for those of you who will be candidates next year, you will get a copy of this full schedule as well.
So this year, how did what percentage of total vote was absentee? What percentage was early vote? And how does that compare with the year before? I understand they're different gross numbers, but how are they as percentages?
So we We have early voting numbers, but we don't have the breakdown. We'll make a note. I'm going to make a note. We'll make a note in order to get that to you. What I can tell you is our unofficial turnout right now for the general election was 331,239, which would have been out of 614,864 registered voters, and that's like 54%. But for the specific breakdown, I'll have somebody get back to you.
We have a couple of.
So is that similar to the other years we've had the early voting?
Legislator, we had out of 331,000 voted total. Showing 15,000 returned absentees for the general and 69,000 approximately voted early. So I think those are the three numbers.
Yeah. So is the percentage trend up or down? You know, I'm curious because of, you know, again, COVID is receding, we hope.
Since November of 2021, early voting increased a little over 3 times from 23,000 to 69,000.
Oh.
And then absentee from the 2021 general to 2022, from about 6,600 to about 15,000. And I don't believe I have the total turnout for 2020.
No, yeah, if you give us a little something like a little chart that shows what the trend is in voting.
We can send you the data. We'll get that to
are there
you.
particular days? I mean, again, you know, I won't hold it to you. But are there particular days of the week that are better, or the weekends we're doing a lot better than the weekdays?
We have to. I mean, again, we can get that to you. We don't have that handy right this second, but we will get that to you. Okay, as soon as possible.
Okay,
we can get that breakdown for you by day of the last couple of years. Okay.
Yeah, and so you mentioned the cure of the absentee and affidavit ballots on kind of technical errors on the envelope kind of thing. I mean, how many has that been? Like more than a handful, a couple of hundred? I mean, how often does that happen? And what are the means that you undertake to contact the people?
Okay, so
fix it?
That specific number has varied. We can get that for you, but a lot of things with the absentees really are no signature. And a lot of times if someone has a power of attorney or a witness at times, the person is signing in the wrong box. It's really those sort of things for the absentees. And for the affidavits, it's really no signature. And if there's not a non-matching signature, in addition to if the ballots also for absentees come back in the wrong envelope. If we have an email, we will email them the letter. We also mail out a hard copy, and then they're able to submit it back to us in various ways, either by fax, mail, or whatever, depending on how they applied for the absentee ballot. If they applied electronically, like let's say through the absentee portal for an absentee ballot, then the cure would have to be returned with a wet signature, as we call it, because we never received a wet signature. If we had an application on file for the voter, then they're able to send it to us via fax or email or scan.
So has it been effective? The people generally?
We have gotten a lot back, yes. However, because a lot of people are unfamiliar with the process, there's been some confusion that we're trying to get clear, which is why when we send out our absentee ballots now, we do include a letter that explains to them that by requesting this absentee ballot, they no longer have the right to vote on the machine. So once we send out the letter, we've gotten a big response. In the last couple of years we've been doing this. It was a little more increased this year. But again, I'd have to get you the specific numbers on how many total we had and how many we received back. And we'll make a note to get you that data too.
Yeah, that could be helpful because, you know, the mails being what they are these days.
Yes, of course.
One final thing, your top line item, personal service, your allowed number was bumped up from your requested number by $256,000. Do you happen to know what that is about?
That's relative to the county. As I stated, the CSEA potential raises increases if they do get an
Okay,
increase.
got it.
That's just planning for that. So we don't know if that's actually going to ultimately
Oh,
be
so you're
utilized.
planning
Yes, that was from from our budget. Hello?
All right, good.
Okay.
Next, well, before I get to it, I'd like to know for the record that we have been joined by Majority Leader Christopher Johnson remotely. The queue, next up is Vice Chair Barr, followed by Legislator Pierce, and then Legislator Parker.
I'm sorry I got cut off, but I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Legislator Pierce was before me. If you want to go first, that's fine.
That's fine either way. So thank you so much. Obviously, I know that you guys have managed to shoulder a lot in a time of great instability between the healthcare issues, the changing laws, the changing lines. I mean, all of it. You have done a remarkable job of keeping the train on the tracks in the midst of an awful lot that was working against you. So a huge kudo to both of you for that. I had a couple of questions following up on my colleagues' questions about absentee ballot versus early voting and general voting turnout. Those would be great numbers to include in that service indicator area going forward because those are really important numbers for all of us to see and keep track of. So I mean, obviously you are in control of what you want to put in your service indicators, but I think it would be great to have that there. And another breakdown I would love to see in there is the number of new voters who are the 18-year-old voters. So a breakdown when you talk about the registration forms process, it would be great to see, because I know that you are reaching out to that cohort as an initiative for you guys going forward, such an important one. It would be a great thing to be able to track. To that end, I wonder if you have any plans for including social media for the Board of Elections about registration dates, information on things. I think that would be great for everybody, but particularly for the younger cohort. It's a good way to reach out to folks.
Yes, we are also working on that. I forgot to mention that we do have a team already trying to work on that regarding setting up a Facebook for us and some other social media outlets. So we are also going to be utilizing that in 2023. So that's also one of our initiatives that we forgot to mention that we've been working on in 2022, but with the additional elections, it kind of got a little backtracked, but we'll get back into that for 2023, where we will be using that to reach out to that group as well as just having general information for voters who utilize those sources, as opposed to the old-fashioned paper or direct.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Such a helpful tool, and then those of us who have our own accounts can then share your information, and that way, keep amplifying the number of folks that you're reaching. I'm wondering if you have any plans for updates on your website. I know that I consistently get requests from residents asking if there's a way to make it easier to access, for example, sample ballots before the election. I know that that's complicated because the ballots all look very different depending on where you are. So I don't know how possible that is to do, but I know it's a consistent request. And I don't know if we're able to add any tracking features for those who are doing the absentee ballot process to be able to see when their request has been received, whether it's gone out in the mail, any of that kind of stuff.
We are working with our vendor, and that's when Commissioner Colty was mentioning we need an update to our voter registration systems in order to be able to better integrate with the system. So that is also on our radar in order to try and incorporate absentee ballot tracking into our website. As far as the sample ballots, we have been looking into that and some of the navigation concerns that are actually related to you as well as to us and our constituents regarding the website. Some of the setup is actually just the way the county sets up their website and we kind of lay out the information, but we are looking at trying to update some of that information. Sometimes it's just trying to really figure out how to incorporate that into our website. At times we can have up to 60 different ballot styles, and then that would include like because some websites have PDFs, and when you start getting into 60 ballot styles for that many PDFs, that can also become cumbersome to the website and traffic. So Commissioner Colty and I are, like we said, committed to updating a lot of our technology. So we'll be looking into both of those. So those are great suggestions as well. Thank you.
Fantastic.
I also believe most of this dovetails on our new systems that we're going to implement. Most of the older systems are not conducive. We would need bridges, and it would create a lot of programming for the county IT department and our internal people that run the website. So we do want to streamline all this, but we got to set the building blocks first, because we are running systems that are 20 years old, 14 years old, and it's not going to work.
Right. That makes sense. So if obviously these are important resources. So if there are other things that you need, and we can be of help, please do let us know. I am also, thinking about early voting. Big fan of early voting. I think most of us here are, but we've also seen, for example, early voting during primaries, where we are spending money to set up polling locations and have people sitting there and no one's coming in. And I don't know if there's any way for us to kind of look at that data. I don't know if, obviously we go above and beyond what we're required to do, but I don't know if you're looking at that data in terms of certain types of elections where we can kind of predict might be low turnout elections, at looking at making any changes in those particular instances to slim down our operations.
I don't know if election law allows us to slimline from election to election. We are reviewing the different turnout information for the different sites. Again, we're trying to ensure that we have a vast representation throughout the county. Obviously, it's going to be busier than some others. Even though we're over, again, there's a certain deadline for the year when you're supposed to set your early voting, and then if you make subsequent changes. So we have to look into if we're able to change it from, I don't know that we would be able to change it from the primary to the general. But again, we are reviewing the annual data regarding early voting because it is still kind of new as well. So we're kind of seeing the different trends. Like as Commissioner Colty said, from 2021, general, we had 23,000 a little bit, and then we almost had 70,000. Now this is the gubernatorial year. Next year, while it might be a little lighter, it's a local year. And sometimes, as you know, the little local municipalities will have to fight amongst themselves. So it might not be as quiet as we see. So we'll have to see how that goes. And then also as the county legislative year, with many legislators obviously termed out. So then we're going to have some new people looking to run for those seats. And obviously, as expected, we anticipate that multiple parties will try and contend amongst themselves. So we anticipate some primaries in that respect too, which might make our primaries a little busier for next year. But we are watching those trends from year to year, and we'll keep you updated.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Of course, I hadn't thought about the fact that we might not be allowed to do that. It would make sense that we would possibly not be allowed to do it. I also realize it would interject even more confusion into a system which is already prone to confusion. But certainly some of our folks in our communities have said, you need to ask about this. We have these people sitting here all the time and on some of these dates with nobody coming. So
right. And on the same respect, with us having 23, we have people who want more. So it's an interesting.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
It's an interesting juggling act, right? They think it's not enough. So.
and just as a general, of course, and again, my extreme appreciation for all you guys do. I love your tongue-in-cheek uses of looking forward to, even in describing the things ahead. I know that you have another difficult year potentially ahead. So thank you in advance as well for all of your work for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up, Vice Chair Barr.
Thank you. So yes, I will, I'll ditto everything that my colleagues have been saying about the tremendous work you all have been doing, especially under, what must have been crazy circumstances this past year with all of the changes. Also, I've had the same comments that Legislator Pierce mentioned about, why do we have all these people sitting here when no one's coming? But I do think that there is a lot of confusion around all of this still, and I think it's a little soon to tell, even if you could change it, whether it would make any sense. And I do think, my sense was there was a lot more early voting this time around than there were in previous elections, including at least where I am, including the presidential election, not because it was a presidential election, but I think it was so new then. I think a lot of people were either didn't know or were skeptical or whatever. So I'm really interested in seeing those statistics that Legislator Marr asked for as well. And interesting. Whitney, I think you're not on mute. Anyway, interested to hear what your takes are on that when you get more data. I also wanted to comment on Wadomi. I did go to that Westchester Disabled on the Move presentation with someone from Board of Elections. It was excellent, and I think it's, it'd be great if you can do more of those all over the place. I mean, I think it was, there weren't a lot of people there, but, when you consider the fact that this is a group with various disabilities, it's not easy for them to get around. So, even just for that group, it might be helpful to do it in different parts of the county once you, get it organized. But in any event, I thought it was excellent. Thank you very much for that. You mentioned Portchester doing the mayoral election. Will that be the first time you're doing the mayoral election in Portchester?
No.
No, the second, I believe it would be the second time in the last
I
few
think
years.
we can only do the mayoral election, we can only do the election in Portchester when it's only the mayoral election.
Okay,
We
yeah.
cannot do the trustees yet because they're cumulative voting.
Cumulative, yeah.
Until such time as something changes in the law, or I believe the state board needs to certify the machines in order for us to do that election. Machines are capable, but not certified for that purpose. And as soon as all of that comes into place, we're more than willing to do that, but we cannot do it until such time.
Okay. Yeah, I realize, I know there are difficulties related to doing cumulative. But yeah, I'll see if they're working on that. The other question I have, and I don't have the budget book in front of me, I wasn't planning to be home today, but I think what you said was that you're not asking for any more positions this year. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Correct.
Now, what I remember from a few years ago, I don't know if it's still the case, that there were more vacancies on the Democratic side of the equation than on the Republican side of the equation in terms of employees, and I know it's supposed to be equal. Is that still the case?
So legislators, obviously there are some vacancies, and as many of you know, we lost Commissioner Lafayette at the beginning of the year. So I will be looking to fill all those vacancies so that we're evenly matched as we're supposed to be within the next couple of months. So they won't remain. So it's only a few, but again, through to the transition with Commissioner Lafayette's unexpected passing, the retirement of our deputy commissioner, and some things like that. But those will be disappearing sooner rather than later. Okay, stay tuned.
Great. And how many vacant?
Sorry. We have 2 vacancies that we have to fill as well. So we definitely have to fill them for the upcoming elections.
To that point, we have, and I'm sorry, Vice Chair Barr, but Vice Chair Shimsky has a question to that point.
Your hires have to go through human resources as well?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so 2, you said Commissioner Colte, and how many Commissioner Nelson do you have?
Let's see. Maybe there's double that, maybe about 4. I'm not at the top of my head. I think it's maybe 4 or 5 subsequently.
Okay, great. But these are, if you realize there's, find out there's more, just let, or less, just,
yes,
let
yes, I'll let
James know, and he can let us know. But that's good. That's not a lot. So that's, good to hear. Because I would think you need all the help you can get.
Yes, and we're gonna need more. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. But that's all I have. Just again, a tremendous job given a really tough year, and for you, Commissioner Nelson, being new in the position, although I know you're certainly not new to the board. That's, to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, Legislator Parker.
Great, and I will echo what Legislator Barr was just saying. I think it's been a very good year. I would just say, given the elections this year, the people that have generally reached out in previous years with issues related to your department, it was very quiet. I did not see anything, so I take that as a very good sign that things were definitely running smoothly.
In a year that was not otherwise quiet.
Yes, indeed. So I had just a couple of things. Last year in 2021, there was a proposition on the ballot for no excuse absentee ballots, and that failed, which I thought was just a tremendous shame, because I think we want to encourage people to exercise their civic right and vote. I wondered if there was any discussion or thought to mailing the absentee ballot application automatically to registered voters.
So this is what I'm going to say, two things regarding that. So one, although no excuse absentee voting, unfortunately that proposition failed. In a sense, the application that a voter completes really is they check the reason, and the reason is not checked. So in a sense, I kind of feel like there is sort of, you have to have an excuse. So some people will not exercise that right because they want to be honest, which is great, and we want all honest people. As far as mailing applications out to every voter, I hesitate to necessarily say that's an undertaking the board should take, only because as many of you may be aware, this past election, the New York State Democratic Party took it upon themselves to mail postcards to many voters who had requested absentee ballots, stating that their absentee ballot had not been returned or received. I remember the exact wording. However, how they got this data, how they were able to obtain this data, is probably through a FOIA request that they made regarding how many absentee ballots had been requested. And subsequently, between the time that they ran this postcard and that I, the voter, received this card, more often than not, particularly I personally had to respond to 12 calls from voters that their absentee ballot had been received. So it created a lot of confusion, and obviously voters felt like their privacy was invaded, although a lot of people are not aware that obviously registering to vote, requesting absentee is subject to the Public Freedom of Information law. So you're no longer private when you do that and you're participating in that process. So just automatically mailing out to absentee applications, I guess we'd have to look into it a little bit further. It was mandated during COVID, obviously because of the pandemic. I think we'd have to do a little bit more research. I feel like some people would feel like, they call us up complaining, and yourself, I didn't request this, why are they mailing it to me? Who told them? And now, especially with the new law, whereas when you request this absentee, you can't go to the polls and vote on the machine. You have to get an affidavit, and additionally do the early canvassing law. Let's say you've already returned your absentee ballot and we've already canvassed it, so to speak, in the 4 days, and you go to the polls, you would be offered an affidavit, but that affidavit would not count because your vote would already be included in the tallies, if you kind of understand. So I think we'd have to do a little bit more research in regards to that. I can see the negative and pluses, and then Commissioner Colty can obviously give his comments if he feels differently about that.
I would be receptive to sending it to anyone who has requested one historically. Sending it to voters who have never requested it. I would, there would be a lot of explanation or explaining the process to these voters who never voted absentee. Voter confusion is always a problem for us, and then that always winds up in your offices, the complaints, and in the press. So, I'm willing to look at it, examine it further, as is Commissioner Nelson, but just sending them out blindly, if we are going to do that, or if it's ever mandated by law, we need to address the communication with the public better.
Thank you for looking into it. I think that's a great start. My next question is related to the number of early voting sites. Do you anticipate this year adding any more early voting sites?
We're gonna be reviewing the data from last year as well as, I know myself and I believe Commissioner Colte, we've gotten, inquiries, from constituents, and stakeholders regarding if, there would be a site set up in other areas of the county, and we haven't made any final, determinations in regards to that for 2023. At this time, we're gonna, we're at the 23 sites. If there's any changes, we'll keep everyone, updated accordingly.
Or also consider moving a, underutilized site to another location. We'll look at those numbers as well.
Right, and we also have, we will do this in accordance, obviously, like I was stating earlier, we have to set these early voting sites pretty early in the year. So that'll be in probably the first quarter of 2023, so.
And then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, do we currently utilize 3 public libraries? I think Yonkers, Greenberg, and
so Yonkers is 2 libraries. Yeah, Yonkers is 2 libraries. We have the Eastchester Library, and then we have the is it the Mount Kisco? Yeah, the Mount Kisco Library, which moves from the Village Hall subsequently. So I believe we have about 4 libraries. You said Greenberg. No, we don't use the library. No libraries in Greenberg. So it's Eastchester, Mount Kisco, and then the 2 in Yonkers. There's at least 4. Greenberg is the town hall, and then I'm sorry, Hastings. You're right. I'm sorry, it's 5. That's new. Sorry, I'm not used to it yet. We moved that. We had to move that this past election cycle. So yes, you're right. It's 5.
So my question is, can we increase that relationship between our libraries and voting? I think it's a win-win for both situations. One, I think libraries right now are looking at how to increase engagement with people. This is a great way to bring in new traffic to libraries, or finding another area that shows that there's a value at having a public library. So I would just ask if there could be some additional conversation around that. I think it might be worth speaking to Terry at the Westchester Library system and seeing if in fact, as a part of their mission, civic engagement, if this could be looked at on a broader level. And as I say, I suspect it might work out very well for you as well as the libraries. And then my last point is because I love civic engagement too, as a former president of a League of Women Voters for the local Rye-Brook and Portchester. And I'm, very happy to hear about the outreach that you're doing for new voters, the 18-year-olds, I think is fantastic. Another way that might encourage or help foster civic engagement and civic appreciation. Some counties have been running partnerships with local school districts for a contest to design the stickers that say I voted. And I noticed that, through some posts on social media, there were some really cute stickers that had been done for, municipalities. I wondered if you'd be open if we to a partnership with our school district and maybe Arts Westchester to do that kind of a way to encourage and get sort of kids engaged in this process, even though they can't be voters.
Okay, so I'm open to that, but actually you brought up a good point, and I just wanted to mention something because you mentioned school districts. Okay, The board as a whole has no issue in regards to partnerships with school districts, but as all the legislators are here and various stakeholders in the county, please be aware that one major issue that the board is experiencing is pushback from school districts regarding the use of schools as polling places on election day, which is mandated by New York State election law. So again, we have no problem with collaboration. We currently, they borrow our machines. We provide technical assistance and support to them. I wouldn't say not all of them, but there are many of them. There are quite a few that have tried to request to no longer be a polling location, obviously out of concern for safety of the children and such. And obviously the Board of Elections Commissioner Colty and myself, we're very concerned with the safety of students. I have a 10-year-old in a public school, so I'm well aware his school is a voting site in our community. So these are, again, we are hoping that we can open dialogue with superintendents of the school as well as legislators and the county executive regarding this, and also receiving support as we've been encouraging our legislators to pass bills that would make school days for election days a holiday so that students would not be there, which would help in regards to us obtaining these sites and maintaining these sites. And just again, like I said, because you opened the door regarding collaboration, and just to say that we have not pushed the button in regards to this. However, with the continual pushback from some of the school districts after we designated their site as a polling site, we don't know, hopefully in the future, we would not have to pursue legal action in order to get them to comply with the law. So that's cool. Doug, you can speak to that.
Sometimes there's no other option. The school has to be used. There are election districts that have to be contiguous to the voters' residence. We've mentioned this to our legislators in the past, state legislators. It should be something that's done at the state level. Schools should be closed on election day. They're saying that they're getting pushback from the unions, but students should not be in the schools on election day, which would give them every opportunity to check the school for those same voters who vote in their school board elections, which they don't seem to have a problem with on those days. So something that maybe you can help us with in your districts.
I absolutely will help you and continue to help you, because I know that I've worked with you on this a couple of times and have always had a positive outcome, thank goodness. So if it's, if you're continuing to experience that, at least in District 7, I'm with you. And if you need something to go in our state package related to it being a school holiday and for election day, I think that we can do that as well. So I think that's absolutely a very fair point, and I'd be happy to help support that.
Thank you.
That's it for my questions.
Minority Leader Kunzio has a question on this point, so let her.
Yes, thank you so much. I wanted to know if there has been any remedy. We had an issue in the district where a primary was being held, and it was at an elementary school. The elementary school is also the voting place for a shelter that houses sex offenders. So technically, if the sex offenders wanted to vote, they would have to come to the school. There was an evening activity that was going on with the parents and the kids. Has that been addressed? Has there been something to discuss this? Because it is a very serious issue when it comes to safety of the children. Also, as you know, going into a school, you need to show photo ID to get into a building, and that obviously doesn't coincide with those election day procedures. So is there a way that, is this all through the state, or is there something that can be done at the county level to address this?
I mean, these mandates are from the state. I mean, we can't obviously refuse the entrance to any of the facilities that we utilize on election day will vary depending on obviously the facility, whether this is a school or not, as far as their access. That's more on a state level. And even regarding the sex offenders being allowed to vote, I do believe it was a couple years ago, there was something about, I guess, if they told or announced there were certain hours or something. I'd have to check into that. I don't know if there's specific things in regards to that, but also obviously we have to know who that was, and that's not tagged like in our voter database. You understand what I'm saying? So if someone came in and they were a registered sex offender, unless they announced themselves as such, we would have no information to that specific classification of voter.
No problem, thank you. I didn't know if it was a possibility to have that particular voting site removed, knowing that the particular voting site for this area is a school.
Again, Margaret, I'm not aware of which site. If you'd like to send us some information, Doug and I offline, we can look into seeing what area that is. And additionally, if that is an area you're familiar with, any alternative sites, but I'm not aware of that specifically. So if you want to send us some information of that offline, then we can look into that and have some further discussion.
Thank you so much. I'll get you that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
On this same point, we have a question from Vice Chair Barr.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention, as a former school board member, this is a big, big issue and a big concern to parents. I understand, your point, Commissioner Colty, that, the same people are entitled to come and vote at budget time, school budget time. And that's a fair point. Although typically that's, a different turnout numbers and not necessarily the same folks, but could be the same folks. As far as, closing the school down on election day, I think certainly closing it down on the election day on November, whatever, seems reasonable. And I know in our school district, we started, that's now a superintendent's day. I think when certainly it's not an option for early voting. It's not a good option anyway, because you're using up some critical space like a gym for all those days. And as far as, when you have a year where there's multiple dates of elections when school is in session, then it becomes hard to make those all school holidays. So I think it's complex, and I just wanted to share that, although I do think schools in general are a good spot, at least for, the main election day. And if there's a way for the school to set it off, I mean, that's one thing in our elementary school that we could do is, there was a separate entranceway to that particular gym. And so they didn't have to go through security, but they also didn't have to come into the school, and they couldn't come into the school, only into the gym. So, I mean, I don't know how plausible that is in other places, but that's obviously one way to deal with it.
I would like to add, though, in the past, we have paid local police departments to have a presence or station someone at a school. So that is an option. This board.
Yeah, and that could be, right, and that could work, but I do know what it feels like to be on the board, and especially after there's been an incident, and I was on the board after the incident that was in Connecticut, in Newtown, Connecticut, and so people were very, very, concerned.
Okay, Legislator Nolan.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, BOE staff. I'm an advocate for technology, always has to be upgraded, and I'm all for and supportive of the new programs you want to implement. I just had a quick question. I don't know if exactly who could answer it, but with the new programs that you want to implement, say if the website crashes, is it Westchester County that's responsible for, fixing it, maintaining it, or is that the vendor?
Right now, all the hardware infrastructure for us is maintained by the county IT department, and that extends through cybersecurity, maintaining the servers. The vendors are also responsible for anything that's web or cloud-based. But we're totally dependent on the county IT department, for most of our IT needs.
And well, thank you. And also, Commissioner Colty, if the new programs are installed, would it make would it make, do you believe that our technicians would have to be trained in the new software, or do you believe that would be an extra expense that we have to look into, training our technology to make sure that they are capable of maintaining websites now?
No, our employees would all be trained in the use of the software. The county IT department would just maintain the storage of those programs and data in their servers. They would be responsible for the backup and for any cybersecurity issues or any failure of hardware. You know, they do maintain the backup, and they are capable of recovering from any of this. But our software vendors that are using anything cloud-based are also responsible for their part of this. So we'll get that from the vendors, what's being stored where, but it's likely most of the new stuff is likely to be cloud-based, but with backup.
And well, thank you. And also, I was always curious about this. You know, along the year, we'll have different elections. You know, elected officials have to be reelected, school board members, village mayors, and their elected officials. Instead of having so many different elections during the year, would you? Is there any way you can give me an input of saying, like, for instance, next year, Board of Legislators, we have a race in next November, but you know, say the village of Bronxville, they have a mayor's race in March. Instead of doing two different ones, you know, how do you feel about, would it save money to do them at, you know, have them run at the same time, or two different ones are the best option?
I mean, obviously it would save money, but the villages would have to pass a resolution or do a referendum in order to change that. Villages, when their elections are conducted, is not really in the purview of the board. That's within the village administration themselves. So in regards to like Bronxville and any other villages that still remain in March, they would have to change to November. But it would be a cost saving, yes, because then it would just be combined with everything else, but that's not up to the board of elections.
Okay.
These decisions also become more political than governmental. As to when to hold an election, what party it favors or doesn't favor. So that is why there are different days for elections, because historically, local candidates or village candidates, most of them didn't want to run with everyone else on election day. They wanted their own election in March. Fire districts are known for doing this as well. They just don't want to get caught up in the stampede of all the other races. So there is political decisions that get made here too.
No, it makes sense, and you know, thank you for that. Just because, like, also we hear at times about voter fatigue, so that's something that, you know, the reason why I was always, you know, curious about asking about it, because there's somebody, you know, that occasionally will come across like, oh my God, it's election time again, like, but they don't understand that it's a different position at times. You know, there's different races. So that's why, you know, I wanted to ask. So thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Williams Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I was dealing with the same issue, but I'm pretty sure all of my colleagues covered my points. So I just wanted to truly thank Commissioner Nelson and Colty. Your presentation was superb. And I really want to thank you for the initiatives that you've implemented, the expanded weekend early voting, how you've navigated the new laws and redistricting, facilitating polling places and the training of poll workers, including adjusting to the slower US mail. So just thank you very, very much. And we look forward to your continued initiatives, strategies, and dedication.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me, I just wanted to add something, Chair, I know that, I don't know if Legislator Conzio is still here, but regarding the sex offenders, according to the law, they are allowed to vote in schools, but only after 7 p.m. and they're not supposed to loiter at that time. So that's just kind of what they're supposed to do in regards to voting at schools per New York State election law. Again, beyond our control, but that's just what the law states, that they are allowed to vote in schools. Obviously not throughout the whole time, as elections are 6 to 9, but from 7 after the 7. Okay, I just wanted to share that.
All right. Any other questions around the table or remotely? Not seeing any. I'd like to echo the sentiments made around the table. This is an increasingly difficult job. Redistricting, extra days, the extra rights, and the how more readily available we're making it. This is a difficult job. We understand for you guys, and I appreciate you all doing it. Thank you for your participation throughout the year and presenting to us today. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And have a great day. Thank you again. So next up is the Department of Health, but for our health around the table and remotely, I will propose a 15-minute break, recess. We're taking a recess. So in 15 minutes, return, which is to say,
problem, although this year we are seeing a lot more hospitalizations in older children. Yeah, there's only thing you can do is really isolate the child from other kids and other adults for a while till they're old enough to have the immune system to protect them.
Yeah, no, because I said she's very important. She even told me like, you go to events and stuff like that, like wear a mask. I'm definitely gonna wear a mask.
Yeah, because you've got RSV, you've got influenza, and you've got COVID, all 3 viruses, and and for a little kid, a baby, the risk is great.
No, yeah, and I was doing research.
So congratulations.
Thank you, because she got me nervous. So I started doing
if it's a girl or boy?
Girl.
Oh,
Yeah,
congratulations.
sorry to interrupt, just
no problem, sorry.
We're being recorded, so your personal details are
sorry.
Now public record.
All right.
Resuming our committee meeting of budget and appropriations, we are joined by Commissioner Amler and others remote in person. Would you mind introducing yourself for the record and please begin on your presentation.
Dr. Sherlita Amler, Commissioner of Health, and I'm joined by a member of our Board of Health.
Ed Brancotti, how are you?
And on the internet here, we have some of my staff. So would you like them to introduce themselves as well?
Renee. Renee Recchia, I'm the first deputy with the Health Department. Good afternoon.
Joseph Matthews, Director of Fiscal Operations.
Sunil Alfie, Manager of Physical Operation.
And Peter?
And Peter DeLucia, Assistant Commissioner in Environmental Health.
So if you want to put up the slides. So we'll start with a reminder of our core programs and functions. And I don't think anyone needs to be reminded that one of the major jobs we do is to prevent and control communicable diseases, such as, COVID, monkeypox, which is what we've been dealing with lately. Protect the public and protect the environment. Inform, educate, and collaborate with the community. Plan, assess, and evaluate services. Support families and children with special needs. So that's just the core programs that the Health Department do. Next slide. So if you go into our budget summary, so you can see in 2022, we had 202 operating positions, and for 2023, we're projecting 208. The trust positions in 2022 were 63, and in 2023, we're projecting 74. That is, there are 6 new positions in this year's budget. There is an Assistant Commissioner for Legal Affairs a program admin for payroll, 3 associate engineers, an associate engineer. An associate sanitarian and assistant engineer, can't read my own handwriting, an office assistant and 2 office assistants. So it's a total of 6 positions. And then there are some positions in some various grant, including the Public Health Fellowship Program. So then if you go down to our personnel services, you can see that we have a vacancy factor this year of $100,000, which is less than we've had in the past. All our positions the funding is in our budget, including the 6 new positions. And so the request for personnel services would be $19,595,598. In the equipment line, you can see that this year we're only requesting $76,700. Last year we had a much higher budget, and that included video conferencing equipment, and some of that was acquired through grant funding. But we did, because of COVID, we had to be able to have the equipment we needed to be able to, especially like the Board of Health was, all online. And so getting the equipment that we needed to be able to operate remotely was really important. And so that's what we did last year. In the materials and supplies, there is $25,000 in there for medical lab supplies. For children with special needs, you will see that there is a $2 million increase, and I think that is primarily related to 4410 and increases in the tuition program. During COVID, a lot of parents, believe it or not, declined services for early intervention preschool because they didn't want their children being at risk with people either coming into their home or children going into facilities for services. And so there was a decline in enrollment. But now that things are returning back to more of a normal state, we are seeing parents starting to really enroll their children back into these programs, which is great. I think, unfortunately, we may see the results of these children not having been in these programs, in that with kids under 5, it's so really important that you start services as soon as possible. And sometimes when you have serious delays in getting these services, the impact can really, they may not be able to catch up. And so we have some children that I think we're going to see that are more impaired, more seriously impaired children coming into these programs because of the lack of services they didn't receive over the last almost 3 years. So we'll see, but definitely we are seeing an increase in enrollment for these services. Let's see. In our expenses, you will see that there is more than a 50 million increase there. We have $1 million that is for maternal health related services. There are $3 million that the plan is to go to the federally funded healthcare centers, these neighborhood healthcare centers. And then there's 50 million in there that is really, you would have to talk to Larry Soul about. I think that has something to do with affordable housing. It's in our budget. It's not really related to health department functions, so I really can't speak to that. All right, so next slide. So for interdepartmental revenue, the first line is really the airport de-icing. That's what that reflects, and it's the same. Departmental revenue, you will see this is preschool Medicaid billing and children with special needs program. Maria Yoga and her staff have put in some changes into how preschool Medicaid is now currently being billed. Renee could probably explain that better than I can, but you can see that they have been very successful in bringing in increased revenue from the Medicaid program. Renee, do you want to talk to about that, since that was something that you were very involved with? We can't hear you. Are you on mute?
Thank you.
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. It was really an integration in an existing software package we have with McGinnis that really allowed them, I think it's 5% that they collect, 5% off of all the revenue we bring in, but it's come up to almost like a $5 million program. So it's far exceeded what we were able to do. They have a lot more robust way to their system to really go up against the Medicaid and ensure that claims are being processed and handled appropriately. So it really has been a great revenue opportunity for the county.
So, so I think, we're really very thrilled with how that's turning out, and we'll hope that continues. So under state and federal aid, there is $50 million, I believe, that is ARPA funding. There is preschool billing and early intervention services. Substantial amount of an increase in the funding. So the funding that we got, grant funding, is over 30 million. And so HHS awarded us 3.7 million. It's a 2-year grant to reduce health disparities. We got a $17.3 million grant from New York State Department of Health around the ELC grant. That's all that allowed us to do school testing, and in all the public schools and a couple private schools. And they also purchased HEPA filters for the schools that wanted them with that funding. We got $8.6 million for a public health core fellowship program through New York State Department of Health. That's to booster public health infrastructure. It's a temporary program. What it's designed to do is get people interested in public health, have them come in and work with us. And then if you find really great employees, there might be some people that you choose to keep, and would try to keep. There was also 1.7 million that was a 2-year COVID vaccine response grant to promote vaccine awareness and uptake, especially in high vulnerability communities. Next slide. So I think we're all aware of what happened during COVID. And so we were, as I said, awarded over 30 million in COVID funding to reduce health disparities, support school openings, support a fellowship program to booster the county's public health workforce, and to promote vaccine awareness and uptake. We held COVID vaccine clinics, obviously, throughout the county. And since January of 21, more than 80,000 COVID vaccines were given through these initiatives. We also offered flu vaccines. We conducted case investigations and contact tracing for 90 monkeypox cases that occurred over the summer, and ensured appropriate treatment for cases and exposed individuals. We administered nearly 3,300 monkeypox vaccines to high-risk individuals at our White Plains Clinic and on-site at the loft who partnered with us. We partnered and redistributed monkeypox vaccine to 8 providers serving populations that were at risk, and administered over 3,300 vaccinations. Next slide. So under new initiatives and highlights, we conducted a community health assessment. We worked with 35 community-based organizations and obtained over 1,000 responses to this health assessment survey. The CHA community health assessment results will help us inform our 2022-2024 key health strategies to address health equity, behavioral health, chronic diseases, and maternal infant health. We provided WIC services via telephone during COVID and in person as needed. Appointments showed an increase from an average of 86% in May of 2021 to 91% in May 2022, which was interesting. That was very interesting. We really didn't anticipate that. I don't think the state anticipated it. I think they thought it would be the other direction. But in person seemed to be very popular, I think, because WIC sometimes parents are, mothers are dragging in their very young children and infants, and that can be problematic at times. And so online just provided an easier venue for some of these mothers who are in the WIC program. We provided TB management and care, sexual health clinics, and PrEP services. For routine weekly immunization clinics are held in our White Plains clinic. We continue to investigate and case manage priority reportable communicable diseases, including TB, meningitis, rabies exposures, suspected measles, mumps, HIV, and syphilis. Next slide. We provide Narcan training kits for residents and police, includes deploying nalox boxes at 9 county housing shelters to expand community access. So these are in primarily shelters taking care of the homeless. And when somebody has an overdose, you literally have seconds to give them the naloxone, seconds to minutes. I mean, once your heart stops beating and you stop pumping blood to your brain, you literally just have 1 to 2 minutes to get that blood reinitiated, the blood flow back started, or you're not going to get that person back. So that doesn't give you a lot of time. So if you've got to go looking or call 911, by the time 911 arrives, that person is not going to be revivable. So by putting these boxes in the shelters, anyone can access them. When they do access them, an alarm sounds so that administration in the facility knows that someone is taking it out, and so they can go to try to see what's going on. But it makes it
911.
And then they can call 911. But in the meantime, they have what they need to get that person back. And it's really, if you've never seen naloxone work, it is really like a miracle drug, because somebody is dead. And then you give them this drug and they're setting up, talking to you, and they don't even know what happened. It is really amazing to watch. We completed the New York State 2021-2022 Local Health Department Performance Incentive focused on documenting Westchester County DOH's experience in responding to COVID-19 pandemic. We were awarded $26,000 for our participation in this program with New York State. We participated in a New York State Department of Health Bureau of EI annual review to ensure compliance with federal indicators required by the Office of Special Education Programs, and Westchester County successfully met all the indicators even during the pandemic. Electronically automated preschool billing process to reduce the paper and allow for more efficiency for staff and providers by connecting with the preschool special education portal. Next slide. We assisted New York State DOH in collecting water samples at private wells to monitor emerging contaminants, that's PFAS's compounds, as part of the Department of Health's Environmental Exposure Investigation Campaign. We worked with Westchester County GIS Department to establish an interactive cooling tower mapping application to track compliance with New York State's cooling tower registry. We hosted the annual Children's Camp workshop virtually for the 3rd year. This webinar format has been very successful with a higher attendance rate than when we were offering it in person. And we explored the creation of an online permitting application for food service permits, which we hope we can get up and working, because right now, restaurant owners, people coming in for food service permits have to come to our Mount Kisco office, which is a slot for people who are in Yonkers or New Rochelle. And it would be so much nicer if they could just go online and request their food service permits that way. So we're hoping that will be operational sometime in the near future. So we just have to really keep working on that. So that's our presentation, and we're open to answering any questions that you have about this.
Sure, we'll have a number. Legislator Nolan.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. About the online, that's a great idea. I've done applications before on there, but I've had a few constituents reach out to me that if they have like a violation they see in a restaurant, they can't find any type of web page to report it, honestly. I don't know if that was inaccurate, or if so, maybe we can consider creating one.
No, so most of the time, you know, right now how people report to us is they place a call to our office. And Julie Jones from my office, you know, takes all those calls and makes a written complaint. It's nice because if it's something really egregious, we can, you know, instantly get that information over to Pete DeLucia and his staff and get someone out there that day if we need to. But, you know, certainly something we could look at, you know, an online complaint registry. But, you know, right now we do have a way, all they have to do is just call the office, and lots of people do that every day. So, but you know, that way we can kind of triage the calls, because if it's something really urgent, we want it taken care of immediately. We don't want it waiting.
Okay, and well, thank you for that. And also, how many inspectors do we have here in Westchester County?
Peter, what's our current census of sanitarians?
That's a great question. Off the top of my head, as far as sanitarian titles that we have right now, do we have an accurate number of that?
I think Sunil's checking the exact. I don't want to give. I have his sense, but I don't want to give a.
Yeah, because we did hire a couple of new people.
We've had quite a few people retire.
I think we're getting close to 30 right now, but I just don't want to give you an exact number without having. You know,
Sunil's confirming 30P, but then again, there's the other levels. You know, we do have the other levels above the seniors, except like as well.
Yeah, and I believe as far as the online component, I know we do get some web. There are web complaints. I'm not exactly sure how to do it, but I'm pretty sure on the website there is a way to do a web complaint.
There is a way of doing that. Yep, there is, and we could send that over to you if that's needed as well to the board.
No, if you could, please. And
I only know about the ones we get the call from.
Yeah, there was actually a few times that I actually involved about different things in the community, and they were very good when they took the report. So thank you on that. Back to the health inspector thing. How many vacancies do you have with those positions?
One, two, three, four. I think four.
I think four.
Is that right? Correct? 4, or is it 5? Maybe 6.
6 sanitarians.
6 sanitarians.
6 sanitarians.
You're right.
And we have somebody actually retiring today.
Yeah,
so,
signed the paperwork. I want to say.
Thank them for their service to us, and congratulations to them.
We've had a number of, retirements over the last year, and people leave to go on to other positions as well. So it has been something of a revolving door. So we have a lot of new faces when it comes to sanitarians. A lot of people I don't even recognize. I see their faces and I'm like, wait a minute, who are you?
Yeah, I just have one other question. So we just voted this past week on a menthol ban in Westchester County, and it's made through the health department. So with 30 inspectors and 4 vacancies, is that enough to enforce the law? Like to make sure
I
that
haven't seen the law yet, so I couldn't really comment on it at this time. I'd need to, be able to take a look at. We need to review it and see. But so I don't know exactly, how much we're expecting it to impact us at this point. I haven't seen the final version.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But yeah, and in addition, I do want to mention that we did hire a new deputy commissioner, Chris Ericson, who his responsibility is environmental, and so he is being housed in the Mount Kisco office, and we're very happy that he has joined us. He came to us from Orange County and has a tremendous amount of experience, and so we're very thrilled to have him join us.
And I'm sorry. So the reason why I bring it up is we have 44 municipalities and a number of stores that sell the products now. So I just want to,
I anticipate that, we're probably going to need more help to make sure that we do what we're supposed to do in regard to this. But we're going to have to take a look at it, and I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm just not prepared to give you a number today.
No, no problem. Thank you. And the reason why I bring it up is because if we don't have the right workforce, but overtime rates are gonna have to go up then.
Yeah.
So we have to take that into consideration with the budget. You know, I don't know if it's something that will go up this year or, you know, next year, but that was just, you know, something that, you know, maybe we should consider with that because of the workforce. So, you know, if like I said, you know, whenever you have a chance.
Yeah,
Whenever
I
you
mean,
have a
the
chance to go do a
sanitarians really have been incredibly busy year.
Sorry. I was trying not
I was just going to jump in
to.
for Dr. Amler. I had spoke with Chris about this, and I had spoke with the legislature when you guys were proposing this, and I know Chris had some input in this also. And one of the things Chris did say is, you know, like anything else with new legislation, and depending on how many, you know, facilities, if we're going to be going in there, it is going to be additional staffing. It's just, you know, right now, you know, even with the staffing we have, when looking at our responsibility for lead-based paint inspections, restaurant inspections, and everything else under the sun that we do, you know, we need to train up people, and we're going to need additional staff to be able to do that kind of work. And, you know, it's been you know, our HR department has done a great job. Renee's done a great job, Dr. A, and I applaud the county executive and his staff on giving us the opportunity to get these positions, but it's actually finding people to fill them. So it's advertising and working. As we said, we have, you know, 5 or 6 potential sanitarian vacancies in general. You know, we got to get them filled and then get them spooled up, and we're probably going to need additional sanitarians.
Yeah, you know, I anticipate we will need more. I just can't give you a number.
Okay.
And, you know, I think one of the issues that we have is with sanitarians, there's no school where you learn to be a sanitarian. It's on the job training. And so, and it does take a while to get these people up where they feel comfortable inspecting restaurants, complaints, summer camps, you know, all the many programs that they do. And they have a very diverse thing. I mean, you know, when a lot of our staff, they have one set of jobs and they learn that, and that's all they need to know. With the sanitarian, it is such a huge dichotomy of responsibilities, you know, everything from, like I said, restaurants, summer camps, lead, you know, complaints, there's just a lot of different, and they're very different programs. And so it does take a while to get these people up and really able to do the job across the board. So.
Take liberty jumping in. I understand there's other questions from others, but was there a commensurate uptick when flavor the jewels were banned? And I heard you say that, or maybe it was Peter say that there was going to be different establishments reviewed. Is there a separate review for each individual restriction, underage smoking, flavored tobacco, flavored jewels, for example, or is it the same visit to establishments? And then I guess the related question is, are there extra establishments where flavored tobacco would be sold where these other checks wouldn't be conducted?
Yes, and yes, there's a lot of different potentials out there. I mean, we try to do them in one inspection. We have our ATUPA program, which is our Adolescent Tobacco Use Prevention Act. So we have our inspectors that are checking for compliance to make sure there's no underage sales to minors. But during that inspection, or if we don't have a minor to go out that day or that evening, we'll go and just do to see if they're selling the flavored vapes and things like that. Now with the menthol ban, and once again, I'm going to have to review that, you know, specifically to see how that got passed. I mean, what is actually in there? We might have to do separate inspections for that. I'm not sure. Because another problem was the online sales and being able to have product in the store, and they would have it in the back, but if we would do an inspection trying to purchase, suddenly it was available for us to purchase, even though they're saying, oh, we only sell it online. We sell it, you know, in other districts where we can sell this. So it's a difficult inspection.
And, you know, we may need to look to identifying other youth to be involved in this program. Which is great. I mean, I think the kids really enjoy being involved in this program. And I don't know if you want to speak to the ATUPA, just, I mean, so that everyone really knows what you're talking about, Pete, with the ATUPA program.
So basically, thank you, Doctor. And basically, we hire youth, and now it's under 21, so 20 and under. to go out with our inspectors and to potentially try to attempt to buy a tobacco product, whether it be a vape that has nicotine, or a nicotine product, or actual traditional cigar. If they sell to the minor, our inspector writes a summons. If they don't sell to the minor, we congratulate them. And we go through periodically all of the stores on the list multiple times a year. And that's one of our requirements to do for the state for running this program. In addition to that, those same inspectors would do just the flavored vape checks and whatever other legislation that we have in this case with the new legislation for the menthol. We would work on that. We try to train up all of our inspectors at some point to have an idea how to do this, but we did have specific inspectors that do these inspections, but actually one of them retired at the end of the summer, and the other person is retiring actually today. But we do have an inspector that is aware of how to run the program, and we do have other inspectors that have been trained up, but it's an ongoing cycle.
No, the inspections, are they only done off of, being reported of, they have this product, or is it just done?
No, it's just, they have a list.
Okay.
A list of all
But
the
if we get
registered-
somebody that they're saying to us is selling to minors, we certainly would immediately go and take send someone out there.
I think Ed Brancotti, who's sitting right there next to you, we've worked with him with Mount Kisco, and we've been very successful, dealing with that on a complaint basis and doing joint inspections actually with the police department, because we will, in those cases where we're really seeing issues, we'll work together as a team, and we could write the violation for the sale, and then the police could write the endangerment to a minor. I think Ed may want to speak to that because we've had an intimate relation, and it works really, really well.
It has, and it's look, it's a benefit for us in the village, having our shared services agreement with the county for the provision of police services. So it's a unique situation that doesn't necessarily exist everywhere else, but there was an opportunity for that overlap, right? So that the health department could work with public safety and our folks, and we could do this jointly and together. As we got in Village Hall, we would get complaints, right, from residents that with this store, my kid went in here. We then coordinated, so I would work with John Hopper, with Pete, with county police, and we were able to do that, and it's been effective. You don't have that everywhere, but the health department does work, as they said, to go through randomly, but certainly when they get a complaint or something's brought to their attention, that'll just bring that establishment
To the top of the list.
I was just curious because I couldn't even imagine how many stores in Westchester it's going to impact now. So the number of inspectors definitely have to be a lot higher than 30.
I'm sure.
Just the expense alone to try and see if it's even possible to implement, because the last thing you want to see is take a toll on anybody's department, and it's something that pretty sure that we're all going to be inquiring about with the staffing and stuff like that in the budget. Also with overtime rates, just to see how it's going, because it's going to have a financial impact on Westchester County.
Look, having been on the Board of Health now for 11, 12 years, and I think Legislator Gashi brought up a good point, and Pete knows this. We've been inspecting. There's a lot of overlap. We're already inspecting these facilities, these businesses. And have been from a tuber standpoint when the vape was added and the flavored tobacco was added. It's just, okay, it's another thing that gets added into that inspection. The menthol is going to be another item. There are some distinctions, right, depending on how the law is written and what they're allowed to do or not do. And I think you heard that. So I think they'll do that. I think the department, I will tell you, and this now as this opportunity, the Board of Health fully supports the department and this request. I think what has impressed us every year, and when you look at the budget, people see the health department, they see a big number, right? 170. The bulk of that, though, as you can see, is children with special needs, which is important and an absolutely critical part of what the department does. But then when you realize that everything else the department does is in that 25 million for 1 million people. right? So it is all of these inspections on tobacco. It is dealing with infectious disease, controlling COVID and pandemics and Ebola and monkeypox. It is the inspections of all of the food services and permitting them. It is, we're doing West Nile, which we dialed back from. But it's the camps, it's the pool inspections, it is the nursing, it is the vaccinations, it is the shelters, it's communicable diseases, it's the doctors, it's the nurses. It is also important, the engineering staff, all of the review of all of the municipal water and sewer infrastructure and our public health requirements there. You know, particularly with the infrastructure dollars that are coming from the federal government, that are coming from Albany, as so many all the municipalities are working on, you know, rehabbing 100-year-old public water and public sewer systems, and it all has to be reviewed by the department and the engineers. So I think the volume of work that is being done by this department on a daily, weekly, monthly, annual basis, on top of the response to once in a century pandemic, is incredible, is admirable, and for the amount of money is the department, I think, the board feels, look, staffing is a challenge. Staffing it continues to be a challenge, not only the request for new positions, but challenges filling the already existing vacant ones, or the ones that are becoming vacant because people have reached the end of a long, well-deserved career towards retirement, or they're just maybe burned out a little bit, which is understandable. I think one of the challenges you'll see in here is that the board is looking to see if we can, you know, review on the salaries and make sure that for some of these positions, the physicians that have been hard to fill, not that we're comparable with the private sector, that's never going to happen, but we need to be competitive with our other comparable municipalities, Nassau County, Montgomery County, outside of, you know, DC, Fairfax County, Miami-Dade, Cook County, the similar suburban metropolitan communities around the country that are similar to Westchester County. But those are the communities we need to be competitive with from a salary standpoint in order to continue to attract and retain the talented, dedicated, you know, public health servants and officials that we need. The million people that are Westchester. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
Vice Chair Shimsky and then Legislator Williams Johnson.
Okay. I'm sorry,
On this point, yeah.
Sure.
So first, I want to, Dr. Amler, you know how much I admire you and all the work, and Peter too, and all the work that the Department of Health does. I want to emphasize that what we're speaking about is actually called a flavored tobacco ban, not just menthol.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about positions on your, when you get different positions, you have in public health protection as well as other departments. For once this ban takes effect, which should be 6 months from once it's signed, which category would the sanitarians fall under?
So the ATUPA, there's usually 2 sanitarians that are assigned to do tobacco. But if complaints come in, they could be assigned from any sanitarian, correct? Peter, can you hear me?
Yeah, there's a lot of paper. I think you were saying, yes, we could assign any one of the complaints to any sanitarian that we've gone over the code with. So we're working with the new sanitarians as we hire them to expose them to the different disciplines, and then we focus them on a discipline, but they're able to do that. It's something like tobacco. I've been talking to
Renee,
Hopper
can you
about
guys
it.
mute yourself? We can't hear for the paper moving. Sorry. Yeah. Could you mute?
The simple answer is we're working to be able to have almost any of our sanitarians be able to respond to a complaint like that and be able to handle that kind of issue.
Okay, and also to this point, I'm making sure that you get the final legislation. as it was passed on Monday night, but please know it hasn't changed much from the last version that you received. And we did revise it to include storage of those flavored tobacco products as well, which was your recommendation. So
Yes, thank you. Thank you for following that. That'll help out a lot because that's not there on the state side. So that's great.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Shimsky.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to see that there is a big infusion in the budget. I've been doing at least 3 things at once for the last week and a half. So I just wondered if
But let me
you could
clarify
give
this.
me the 22nd version of the increase in expenses is for what?
So increase in expenses.
Right,
So
it jumped from 9.8 to 55.6.
Larry, why don't you maybe talk, the biggest piece is the.
I think it's
The 50 million.
The 50 million, so why
That's
can't
where the 50 million is,
Yeah,
okay.
before we get to 3 million, I just wanna make sure you know there was 3 million, as Dr. Amler had said, for the neighborhood health centers, as well as 1 million specifically for maternal child. So 4 million of it is specifically for health department related activities. I'm gonna let Larry.
But not for the health department.
For the 50.
Okay.
So none of that really is coming to me.
It's a pass-through.
It's a pass-through.
Okay.
That 54 million is not coming to me.
Okay, but
Just so
it
you're
is
clear.
going.
I see that Larry has
I would be
unmuted
very
himself.
happy if it did come to you, to tell you the truth,
Yeah.
but, where's it? So we've got 4 million, I think, total, if I understand what you said, to the health centers. Where else is it going?
3 million to the health
Right.
centers, 1 million, let me write that.
For maternal infant health initiative.
Yes.
Okay.
And Larry, did you want to address the other?
Sure. So the, Dr. Amler is correct that it's a pass-through. We're using, this as a mechanism to fund the Housing Investment Fund. So one of the provisions in ARPA allows you to use the ARPA funds as revenue replacement. What we're doing here is we're paying for $50 million worth of the CSN program. Then we're recognizing in the Department of Health's budget, first of all, and then when we recognize it for revenue loss, we can.
Larry?
Yep.
I'm sorry, but you cut out in one of the.
Am I cutting out?
You cut out before. Would you mind repeating?
Yeah, so, yeah, Dr. Amler's correct in that this is a pass-through, that we're essentially using the revenue replacement option within the ARPA program to pay for it can be used to pay for any governmental expense. In this case, we have a very large expense in the Children with Special Needs program. It's a $140 million program. Only about half of that gets reimbursed with from the state. So essentially, we're paying for the portion that the county funds, and then for all intents and purposes, satisfies the requirement of ARPA to use those funds appropriately. So then we're in turn doing a cash to capital transfer into the capital project for the Housing Investment Fund. And there's 2 requirements you have to satisfy under ARPA. Number 1, I mean, you have to spend it on a governmental purpose, which we did. So that in and of itself says, and we have to spend it by December of 2024. We actually have to obligate it or incur it by December 2024. So by virtue of paying for the CSN expenses, we've satisfied the obligations under ARPA. And then from that point on, now we're transferring that into the capital project. So this was a mechanism to satisfy the deadline requirement, as well as the requirement to spend it on an eligible expense. And then also what happens when you use it for revenue replacement, and I will say they give you a very generous calculation in terms of what the counterfactual argument is. They say you can assume, had your revenues grown at 5.2%, you can compare that to what your actual revenues were, and that's your revenue loss. So we meet that criteria. We did run this by our auditors first to make sure that this was something that was allowed, and they concurred. And then so the funding will be deposited into the Housing Investment Fund to be used for affordable housing. I know that may be a little bit, some people may have some questions on that, but it was the mechanism to allow us to pass it.
Yeah, well, sending money to the health centers, that's a health related purpose. The children with special needs, is this normally the department which deals with the children with special needs issues? So that makes sense. The affordable housing piece, why is this being routed through the health department?
Yeah, I guess I could see where, that argument could be made. I mean, I could have put it in the miscellaneous budget as far as the cash to capital, but I wanted to put it in the same place where the revenue was being recognized. So when you look at their bottom line, it really isn't impacting it. It's a wash. So that's the reason. I mean, I did think long and hard about where this should be placed, and I will agree that it's not typically a health department function to fund affordable housing, but I could have put it in the miscellaneous budget, but I wanted to put it in the same department that the revenue was being recognized, so it would be a wash.
I'm glad to see that we have some backfilling of positions because the health department in the last decade to decade and a half is one of the departments that got hit the hardest. And we certainly saw that during COVID and when all of you performed heroically. Let me ask you this, because you're responsible for an awful lot, right? You got the environmental piece, you got this piece, you got that piece, you got maternal health piece, you got, the drug addiction piece, which I guess you sort of do together with community mental health, and you've got all these things going on. And my question, especially since it's like the core mission of disease prevention, I understand that the way things work, you might not want to keep yourself at full COVID strength at this point. But my question for you is, let's say you get something from the state health department in January saying we have evidence of a local transmission of Ebola or some novel virus, because we know that novel viruses, because of climate change, are not just going to be hitting us once every 100 years. What can you do, given these resources, to make sure things get shifted around quickly enough that you could respond effectively and promptly to that kind of threat?
So the first thing we have to do is we have to fill Dr. Monacovo's vacancy, which we've been having a hard time doing. We've been interviewing for over a year, trying to find a position to take that position, and we're still in the process of interviewing. I did an interview yesterday. I've got another one tomorrow. So we need another position, because right now we just have Dr. Hewlett, and Dr. Hewlett's primary responsibility is tuberculosis. So we need somebody in there to run the clinic, and that's all the nursing staff, and be our, responsible for our limited service labs. So that vacancy is a very key vacancy that is currently
And
not.
which budget line is that? I don't know who would know that.
Renee, can you guys tell me which budget line that is?
4,000 first line.
It's in the 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the vacancy release approved. It's just, again, recruitment. Which we are working on. We have like 6 years, and I said 3 applicants that we're currently interviewing.
So in addition to
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm with that totally. With the other pages, what did you say?
Renee, she wants you to run through it again, in the
Sure,
4,000 line?
it's on 33335. It's the 4,000.
Budget.
Yes,
Yeah.
in the budget book.
The first line.
And it's called, I think, Director of Division.
Director Division Health Services.
Director
Division Health Services.
But I think it's also important to note that, so the point you raised about being competitive from a salary standpoint is one of them. The fact that we're not is why it's over a year to try to fill that position, just that existing vacancy. And so that's where it's not only about bringing in more people, it's about the ability to be able to fill at a competitive, rate and package for the ones that we already have vacant.
Yeah. So in addition, we have currently 3 public health nurse vacancies. We need to be able to fill those, because as you've seen, our nurses are really, I mean, we can outsource and we have outsourced nurses through a variety of agencies, but you really need your own nurses to get things started until you can have contracts and do these things, which Renee and her team have been very great about, helping us find resources to get vaccines. In addition to that, I would remind you that having the sanitarians, in addition to all the stuff that they do every day, when we went to set up clinics, they were the people, who were like the flow monitors, who brought all the vaccine, who, did, a lot of the just
set up
you don't
the
want to say,
clinic.
yeah, you don't want to say the grunt
Yeah,
stuff. But,
I got most of my shots through a pop-up clinic. I got it.
We really use them. And in addition, during COVID, I mean, they were going into nursing homes, they were going into, all these other facilities, congregate care facilities, making sure they were cleaning things properly, responding to complaints, doing whatever we needed them to do. So we use them a lot as ancillary people to kind of extend nursing, so that if it's not something that a nurse must do, we pull in our sanitarians to do it. And they've been great to do that. And so that staff gets utilized for those things as well. And so they've been really key in helping us, do all the things that we do. And in addition, I will say that, to make all of this work, you have to have personnel, staff, because you've got to hire people. You've got to interview people. You've got to hire people. And a lot of times the rate limiting step is not having enough personnel in our personnel department to be able to keep hiring and interviewing all of these people who also do payroll. And so it sometimes really slows us down that we don't have the personnel staff to keep hiring people. And, and you just hire somebody and then somebody else quits. And so it's like this, revolving door of trying to keep people hired and in place. But that can be a real problem in being able to, even if you give me the position, even if I have the money, I need the personnel to make it happen. So.
And I think one of the ones, the engineering, perfect example. In most of the municipalities, a lot of municipalities we represent, okay, we get funding. I need to go replace a water line. I have to replace a water pump station. I need to upgrade a sewer pump station. These things which are, and people are using their ARPA money because public water and sanitary systems were absolutely eligible expense because it goes directly to public health, especially when everybody was locked up in their home or maybe, was quarantined at home. That stuff needs to work and we take it for granted. It's not sexy because it's buried in the ground, but it's critical. And so you have particularly the ARPA funding being eligible for that, the infrastructure funding. We're taking this opportunity. I'm replacing 100-year-old, water and sewer lines, which we have to long overdue, right? But I can't. All of us, doesn't matter whether in Yonkers, New Rochelle, Mount Kisco, we can only move as fast as the engineering, Delroy Zaw, his folks can review those plans, get us our comments, work back to us and sign off on that. Otherwise we can't, and there's been a huge volume of work coming to them to review. They're meeting that challenge. They've been hiring, the department's been hiring people, but we're also losing them too. Because we're bringing them in, they'll get a little experience, but a better offer comes along and we're having a hard time retaining them.
Yeah,
So
one of the
now
things
you're
we have to look at is our engineering, salaries, because we're not competitive. So we bring them in, we train them, and once they're with us a year, they're off and gone because somebody's offering them a lot more money and I can't match it.
So I wanted to get back a little bit.
Can't afford to be the farm system.
Sorry, as the person who oversees sort of operations for the department, I want to get back to Legislator Shimke's original question about what if scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the one thing I will say is, let's go back to sort of COVID and some of the things we put in place. We do have contracts with various entities, nursing entities, other professionals to help us, which we did utilize. The other thing that we did is we kind of developed a fast track with Acting Commissioner May through the county HR, where their staff actually assisted in some of the onboarding processes with us. So again, and we were very, very fortunate, and Dr. Amler had mentioned in her presentation, the additional trust positions. Those are through, again, the Public Health Fellowship Program, which has enabled us to bring on, at this point, we have got 12 fellows that we've already hired. They're being fully funded through grant funds that are allowing us to kind of put people in positions across the department to help us sort of build the infrastructure that you had mentioned had been depleted.
But they're only there for 2 years.
So, and then the state did apply through a CDC grant as well around infrastructure, and they seem very optimistic about being awarded, and so that money would also flow back down to the locals. I think as Dr. Amler and I think our board health members, Ed has been sort of talking about is sort of recruitment, and I'm sure when County HR did their presentation, this is not specific just to the health department. It's a global issue around recruitment. I mean, I will tell you, we are trying to be as creative as possible, but as fast as our team are hiring, people are leaving, they're retiring. Or you go through the process, and it could be a salary issue, it could be they want to work remotely 4 days. There's various different reasons why people are no longer wanting to take on jobs. Again, we just need to be more creative in how to retain and attract, and that's why as a health department, we've really been investing in sort of retention strategies with our own department to try to get our own staff to make sure that they are happy and are productive in the work and the quality that we produce as a department. So
yeah, it's important to keep people happy in their jobs.
On that point, Vice Chair Parr.
Thank you. So,
Sorry.
what?
Yes, Williams Johnson also had it.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, are we talking about recruitment right now? Right. So to the point before that, and I have a point on recruitment, on the, on page C339, on the emergency contractual, there's nothing projected. Is that aligned with what you just said about you contract out for emergency services? Or is that indicated somewhere else?
Talking about 4998.
Yes.
And Renee, you guys are muted.
So the reason why that money was for COVID specific, but because we were flush, as Dr. Owen mentioned, like close to over $30 million in COVID funds that are coming into the department, we're able to actually utilize most of these needs through the grant funding, so it's not hitting the tax levy budget.
Okay, and then back to the point of the, so you indicated the division director under personal health services has been vacant for a year or so. What is that entry salary?
It's 175.
There's two different ones.
Yes.
Dr. Monte Carlo.
Yeah, that'd be 175, I believe.
Yeah,
Right, correct?
Yes.
175.
Correct.
Yeah.
And in fact, could you send us the salaries for all of your professional positions?
Professional is into what? As doctors, it would be 175 across the board. They all make the same.
Okay, thank you.
The engineers, right, and then the nurses.
The engineers have a range.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Dr. Wan.
engineers and nurses.
Okay,
But this
so,
is good to know.
so Renee, they're asking for us to send them the range in the engineering salaries. So Joseph, can you guys send an email to me with that information?
Yes.
And also the nursing salaries?
So just on the doctors, this is my original question, but so these are specifically public health doctors and epidemiologists?
Usually communicable disease they're either board certified in communicable disease or pulmonary.
So they would normally, if they weren't coming here, would they come to hospitals? I mean, it's not.
Primarily hospitals,
Okay.
yes.
And what are they getting paid at that level in hospital?
Well, I'm sure it's over 200.
So, and as a point of clarification, so Dr. Amler is absolutely correct, 175 for the director for division. There was another title that was placed in, which I believe, and Natasha, you can correct me, I believe is it a deputy commissioner or a position that's a slightly higher level that I believe went up to about 192.
But that is not filled. Position's not filled. That's the vacancy that we're looking to fill.
Correct.
And I think it's,
And we've not been able to fill it at that.
I think to your point, right, the competition, it's not necessarily with the private sector, with some of the hospitals, we're not. We're never gonna be at that point.
We're never gonna be
Where you're paying
competitive
$300,000 or $400,000, like.
Yeah,
you're
but
just
there
not,
isn't,
right?
you know, those doctors don't work,
Right,
but
I
not
think
plastic surgeons.
I think the point is when we're looking at the comparable public health facilities serving similar public health populations, right? So if we're Westchester, we're 1 million people, we're the per capita income right outside Manhattan, so you're looking also at Nassau as one of our comparables, Cook County, Montgomery in Maryland, Fairfax and Virginia, Miami-Dade, right? Those are Orange County, those are the comps we're looking at, and so what are they paying their folks, given the
Problem with
it's a
not
similar-
Nassau is Nassau doesn't do what we do. Nassau doesn't, the only position they have is their commissioner. They've outsourced all of their medical.
But
So-
those, you know, when you look at those geographic locations that are doing with these positions what we have, that's where we need to.
Right, so do we have has there been a study on this? Has somebody actually put this down on paper somewhere and?
I know county HR was looking at it. I don't know what comparables they're looking at. If they're looking at Putnam and, Orange,
Right.
or if they're looking as my colleague was saying, at, counties that have a comparable population. And part of it, you have to look at the cost of living. I mean, we have a very high cost of living here. So even if we're looking at cost of living for a comparable population in Texas,
Right.
their cost of living is not what we pay here. So, when you're wanting people to move here, one of the things they look at is, what is a house gonna cost me? What is my property taxes gonna cost me? And they take that into account.
Right, absolutely, totally understand. I just think, I think this is all very valuable information, and I think we just need to have it. We collectively, the county need to have it, where everybody can look at it and say, okay, this is, and if they're comparing us to counties that don't, have these functions or don't have this number of people, then we need to say, hey, this is not
And I
comparable.
believe that the county HR does have this, right?
Okay.
They have their comps that they look at on behalf of Westchester for a variety of positions, not
Mhm.
just the health department,
Right.
right? So it's just a question of, when was the last time? Was it last year? Was it 2 years ago? Okay, let's just update this or refresh.
And I don't know what they have for engineers, but I can tell you the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, the
I
engineers
mean,
are
they're not
another-
staying.
Yeah, that's another issue. So now that's the point that I was originally gonna speak on. So we know there were, I don't know what you've been thinking about in the ways of incentives. We know we put into place this HERO system program it's not the same thing by any means, but to attract more volunteer firefighters, we'll pay or forgive, or pay their $6,000 worth of their college loans, or we'll pay for $6,000 worth of their tuition, and then they commit a year. So I mean, it seems like some variation of that, if you're hiring, if
That
part of
wouldn't
what you're hiring are young,
Yeah, that wouldn't help me, because that's what's happening now.
Yeah.
They're coming and they're staying 1 year and they're leaving.
right, so you give them something to stay 2 years. I mean, you give them that, you'll pay some of their loan, because if that's possible, rather than making a salary that then one day could be pensionable or all those other things, if there's a way to pay for something else that's valuable to them and to
That
commit
won't
to
help me,
an
because
extra
this
year.
is the problem. Engineers at a public health department do a special kind of engineering. So we are training people. They don't get this training out of school. We have to train them. That takes at least a year to do. And then if they only stay 2 years with me or 3 years with me and they're gone, I have to start all over. And we can't operate this way. We cannot get the work out the door for them if we don't have the staff to do it, which holds up everything. It isn't just you know, it isn't, I guess what I'm trying to say is it impacts the municipal governments because they can't get their water and sewer issues dealt with. And I can't get the paperwork out the door any faster if I don't have the staff to do it.
Right.
You know, and I've even tried offering overtime to them. I've tried to tell them, you know, you know, you can take work home and do, you know, you can only work staff so many hours, and then they're like, I don't want to work anymore. I don't need the money. I need to rest. So that's where we are with all of this.
So that
They
may
can't
be
do any
something-
more than they're doing.
That may be something that has to be outsourced. You know, I'm more comfortable outsourcing engineers than outsourcing, you know, doctors.
But we can't even outsource it because no one else does what we do. That's the problem. We've had that conversation. You have to know the public health laws. You have to understand how water and sewer systems work. And we've tried this. And so I mean, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
You're explaining it. You're doing a good job.
I think that's it, and you know, yes, it's a challenge, I mean, we even talked about, and I don't know that it works at the engineer, but it's something, a model I've seen when it comes to law firms, right? You get corporate firms out of the city and you want your new attorneys to go get some litigation experience. Well, they're not getting it in the firm, right? So they go out and they loan them out to Justice Department, right? And they'll stay there for 2 years, 4 years, right? Well, works for Justice because they get somebody who's really great attorney and who's getting some experience, and you get it for free, right? Or you're not paying them anything.
Yeah.
Because the corporate, can we do something similar in that respect with engineering firms, you know, around the county? There are some big ones, there's some large ones out of the city. Could that work, right? It's a more marketable skill for the engineering firm. The frustration and the challenge, of course, though, is right, we're doing all the training.
Yeah.
Right, and the people that are doing the training aren't gonna be here forever.
Yeah.
Right, so like
And
somebody's gonna have to stay behind,
And
right?
that's
You
what
can
we're
keep
getting
training
to.
people and we're, like, they're helping us,
we're-
but they're going out.
This is the problem. The people who are able to train these people are all approaching retirement.
Right.
And I'm gonna have no one left to train them. So we're gonna have engineers with nobody to do the training because I can't retain them. And that's the problem.
I just want to jump in on the point of comparison and comparable. So just for everyone's information, is Orange and Putnam and Rockland really comparable or comparable? Because don't you do work for those counties as well? Don't you you have some contract work with Rockland or testing or something?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know, yes, they're in the Hudson Valley with us, cost of living is, but I don't know that I necessarily see them as comparable. You're talking about different populations, different sizes, there's some different things, I mean.
So not comparable.
I don't believe
So
that
I
they
can
are.
tell you, like, if we're talking about doctors, you know, they only have their commissions. They don't, and they may do per diem doctors for TB. They may hire doctors to come in and just do clinics for them. A lot of them don't do STD clinics. They just don't do it. And, you know, they outsource some of this stuff. Engineering, I really don't know what they do for their engineering. I know that when I was commissioner in Putnam, we had 2 engineers that worked for the department, but they didn't get the volume of plans because most of the usable space has been, you know, has unfortunately been used. And so there's not the volume of people coming in requesting plans that you get here. I mean, we get a tremendous amount of plans, and we have a lot of public sewer and public water that we have to deal with here that they don't deal with.
They're up on wells and septics.
Yeah, they're all on wells and septic.
But I think it's one of those, you look to those counties and their departments as potential people to hire, right? Because they're already living close and maybe we can pay more, or we're a better salary than they are, and they'll take on a slightly longer commute. But, right, I don't know how much longer that's gonna last, or how sustainable that is.
No, I wanted to just respond because
Yeah.
Okay, here's one thought. What if, because I can tell you in Portchester, they are building apartments like you would not believe, and I have no idea who's moving into these apartments. They are not quote affordable and, they're very nice, but what if there was a way to do something where we provided apartments that were, we subsidized them so that to encourage people to come and work in our in certain areas, specific areas. And, I don't know if that was a way to at least sort of get them in and maybe keep them a little longer, and then maybe somebody would.
I have no idea,
Look,
but
it's not, look, we're in Mount Kisco, we're home to Northern Westchester Hospital, right across the street. The building right across from the health department's office is staff housing for the hospital. Right, because there's a bunch of people that they employ that they don't pay enough,
Right.
and it's not enough for them, so they have housing for them, right? It's absolutely something that, is worth considering for the county, and not just for the health department, there's other departments that are, vacancies that are hard to fill, if that's something that can be added.
I think that would be a huge incentive to people at a certain, stage of their lives. Okay, that's it.
Okay. I think we'd, let's, Vice Chair Shemsky, you had initially started a line of questioning
That has provoked all of this. I'm good.
Okay.
to her point, though, I could say one thing, and that is a large number of my employees don't actually live in this county. They live outside of the county.
But more of an incentive because it keeps
Yeah.
their gas bill down.
There you go. No, I think there's a lot of, not just in your department, it's across the county.
Maybe we could buy them all electric vehicles.
All right. Any other questions?
Just let them commute with.
Well, just.
You still own them.
On this or any other points here or remotely? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Amler and Ed. Seeing you outside of Mount Kisco is exciting. We have legislator.
A quick question. I know we've had a long conversation and hopefully my colleagues in Mount Kisco are not having the same wins that I'm having in Bedford, but my guess is the answer is yes. To go just briefly on the naloxone boxes, how much is stored in those boxes at any one time? We're certainly hearing from our EMTs up here that they are now needing to use 3, 4, sometimes even 5 doses on a single person who's overdosing.
I believe they hold 2 doses. But remember that that's just to get you started. Then the administrator of the facility usually also has doses. But those doses are just meant as an initial response. And then hopefully when that alarm goes off, whoever is responsible for that building is going to find out what's going on and 911 is being called and, and usually, like I said, they have additional doses, but in the boxes, they only keep 2, is my understanding.
Gotcha. A general, heads up, it seems, and you probably know this even better than I, that the number of dosage in general that people are needing is escalating, very sadly.
Exactly.
And so our 911 folks are frequently now not having sufficient even at their disposal to do what they need to do.
Yeah, fentanyl is, the fentanyl is very strong. And, fentanyl is extremely lethal, can be extremely lethal. And it's unfortunate because a lot of times people think they are purchasing oxycodone pills on the street. And in fact, it's fentanyl that they're getting. And so it's really increased the number of overdoses and it's really tragic, but I have to commend the county because you guys have always supported our efforts around Narcan and the county executive as well. And so, I think that we have saved innumerable lives by the efforts of the county around this. But it is a tragic situation. There's no way around that.
Thank you. And if I could just ask briefly, I don't know if it's easy to share an update on the sexual health data. I'm so appreciative of the fact that you do run the clinic. I know you had said earlier, in a lot of other places, they don't do this. I'm so glad you guys are out there doing this work. Are there any trends in that data that we should be aware of?
Yeah, I think unfortunately we are seeing a lot of primary syphilis, which is, you know, I have to tell you, years ago when I was a nurse working at a public health department, somebody from CDC once told me, by the year 2000, we will have eliminated syphilis. And instead, it is, the numbers just keep going up and up and up, and primary syphilis is a real problem in our community. I'm happy that, you know, that we now have both a PEP and a PrEP program, because, you know, you want to prevent HIV if you can. We'd much rather prevent it than treat it. And so, you know, we're happy that we have that program. Dr. Hewlett got a grant to, you know, one of the grants that we have is trying to, you know, trying to get people to understand their, you know, and provide care in communities where they're typically underserved. And I think health education around how you can prevent HIV is very, very important, and how easy these drugs are to use and the availability of these drugs. People just need to have a better understanding so that hopefully they can work to protect their health, and so that we aren't, again, treating HIV, we're preventing HIV. But if you know, for numbers, I would have to reach out to the clinic because I don't have the numbers with me.
Yeah, if you could forward those to us. Are we seeing antibiotic resistant syphilis here?
Oh, yes, that's across the country, and not syphilis so much as gonorrhea. I mean, gonorrhea is almost totally drug resistant. But, you know, Bicillin still works for syphilis, thank goodness. But yeah, and I will say that unfortunately, I think that our numbers, the numbers are not where we would want them to be, because in the last couple of years, even though we're running STD clinics, a lot of our effort has been in COVID. And so we're trying to rebuild our sexual health clinics. And so hopefully over the next year, 2 years, we'll be able to build those clinics up to where we would like to see them. But, you know, the last
sounds
couple
like
of
we
years,
need a return to condoms campaign of some sort that people have gotten away from, as the fear of HIV has decreased. Perhaps condom use has similarly decreased.
I think that could be true. And, you know, I think that unfortunately over the last few years, almost all of our efforts have had to be around infectious disease. And just this summer, we thought, you know, COVID is kind of trending down. We'll have more time to spend on other things. And then we get hit with monkeypox. And, you know, and we were in the state next to New York City, had the hardest hit of anybody. I mean, you know, we had like 90 cases. So it's been tough for us. The last few years have been very tough related to the communicable disease issues.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the answers to your questions, but most importantly, also thank you for all the work you guys have been doing.
Appreciate that on response. My staff was worked very hard. There's no doubt about that.
No doubt. We see it. You appreciate it very much.
You do.
Thank you
Yes,
again.
absolutely.
Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Done?
We're done.
Yay.
For now.
You don't have time for this. You've got work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you come up with any ideas though, I mean, let's be creative. Okay, that's all right. You're not alone.
I was saying to Vice Chair Barb, perhaps we can reimburse your travel or gas expenses or something for working in the county and living outside of the county. Might be an incentive.
Now, you know, I'm not sure. It's very frustrating.
Sure,
It is very
I
frustrating,
bet.
you know, especially with the engineering staff. It's so frustrating, all the effort that we put in to train people. And then they're gone, and we have to start all over from scratch. But I really worry because a lot of our engineering staff, our senior engineering staff, they're of age where they could start to retire.
Sure. Well, I mean, if you could get enough people in for a couple of years, maybe you could sort of find really excellent people who you can say, look, we're gonna need people higher up in a couple of years, so I don't know.
Or give one.
Let's have this on the side because I think
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have,
sorry,
Larry
sorry. Yeah, apologize,
for us.
apologize.
All right.
Take care.
Our next presentation is on the Budget Department. We are joined by Budget Director Larry Soul, Associate Budget Director Mark Medwood, I think. Is that right?
I see Bill only on, I don't see Mark on yet.
All right, well. It's your floor, Larry.
Okay, so, sent it, James, there we go.
Yeah, we're putting it up.
Right, perfect. So if you could advance to the first slide, please. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So this is the mission of the Budget Department, is to provide budgetary planning and control to Westchester County departments.
Not just being our pinata.
What's that? Yeah, well,
Not
that
just
too,
being
but
our
look, you get thick-skinned in this position over time, I guess, but, so ensure the overall fiscal integrity of the county government and its services. You know, our goal is to not just be bean counters here, but to make sure the departments have the resources that they need to carry out their objectives. And then we also do, you know, consultation and help provide well-informed policy and budgetary decisions. So, I mean, if you could advance to the next slide, this is an overview of our budget. We have 14 positions. 2 positions are currently vacant. As you may know, I have a vacant deputy position and I have 1 vacant budget analyst position right now. We are interviewing for the deputy position. And so hopefully we will have that filled. We have some strong candidates, have that filled end of this year, beginning of next year. We're going through a second round of interviews. So overall, our personal service is budgeted at $2 million in 2023. And that fully funds all positions, assuming we also fill the budget analyst position. So we have a lot of, you know, we don't have a lot of people in this department, but you know, the work has had to be spread around. And I think everyone, I want to commend all of the people in the budget department. We have great professional staff. Everyone has stepped up to take on additional responsibilities that our deputy previously did, and I think has done a great job. So, you know, materials and supplies, I mean, that kind of speaks for itself, I think. Contractual expenses, we have a contract with the vendor that helps us with our budget system. To the extent we have any issues, we actually migrated to a new version, a server-based platform for the production of the budget book. So we had to spend quite a few hours with that person on the phone, on conference calls. Interdepartmental charges, you know, are the charges that come through like in all the other departments for public works, IT, et cetera. Next slide, please. So on the revenue side, we receive revenue because we bill our time out to the capital projects. We have a formula, so it's consistent across all capital projects. There's a cap of no more than $9,000 per capital project, and that's related to only those individuals that actually work on the capital program. We also bill out to the special districts. We bill out to the airport as well. So that's what that revenue represents right there, is billing out to other funds, not to other departments in the general fund. So on a net basis, we're showing a bottom line number of $1.4 million, which is a little over 100,000 increase from 2022's level. Next slide, please. And so these are some of the highlights. You know, we've been able to make recommendations that have resulted in increasing the unrestricted fund balance projected for the end of 2022 at $448 million, which is roughly 19%. We recently met with the rating agencies, and that was favorably received by them, with Fitch giving us an upgrade in our outlook to positive from stable. And so we expect to continue to have strong financial performance, but at the same time being able to deliver all the services that we need. We prepare quarterly forecasts of expenditures and revenues, which is actually required under the charter now, to monitor the fiscal condition and make recommendations for adjustments to spending to the extent necessary. So this allows us to make mid-course corrections. You know, for example, going into next year, there's a lot of uncertainty around the economy. So this will allow us, first quarter, we can look at where we are. To the extent we need to make adjustments, we can do that. And that was also something that the rating agencies had spoke to, is our ability, to effectively manage the budget during the year. We oversee the allocation and reporting and spending of the ARPA funds. It's centralized here, but then the departments who are overseeing the programs obviously manage them within their departments, but we're doing all the reporting and tracking of the ARPA funds and making sure we're in compliance with the requirements. We play a key role with emergency services and administration of all the FEMA claims. As soon as we know that there's going to be a major event, storm, we set up special codes working with finance to track our expenses. And then we work with emergency services, state homeland security, who's our liaison to FEMA. So we were able to actually file claims for COVID-related expenses of over $13 million to date. We've collected $9 million of that. Not too many other counties actually did that because it is a rather lengthy and arduous process to work with FEMA. We review and approve all, more on the administrative side, but we approve all vacancy releases for positions. We approve short form and A&C contracts, travel authorizations, and position recertifications are amongst a few of the administrative functions we do here. Obviously, reviewing those in light of the budgetary resources. Prepare and oversee a 5-year capital plan. So not only preparing the budget document that you receive, but also overseeing that during the year, meeting with the departments on a weekly basis. We have capital work groups, so we get a status update from the various departments on where they are with their projects. To the extent we need to make any adjustments, we can do that. We're in the process right now, along with finance, of upgrading the budget software, which is taking up a lot of time. There's a lot of meetings, and the go live date is expected to be September 30th of next year, so not that far away. Our capital budget system is an in-house developed system about 20 years ago. It's in need of being upgraded, and we're going to be moving over to the same software platform as the finance and budget system, so they can actually communicate better with one another and automate some of the manual functions that we now have to do in spreadsheets. And so we're not quite sure of the go live date on that. That may get extended beyond the September 30th of next year. And as I mentioned, the rating agencies, we play a key role in the presentations. We recently had our ratings affirmed AA+ by S&P, AA1 by Moody's, and then AA+ by Fitch, with an increase to a positive outlook. And that positive outlook is important because what that indicates is they are actually looking at us for a possible upgrade down the road, should they see continued financial performance that we've been able to experience over the last few years. So that's kind of in a nutshell. I mean, we do a few other things here too, but I think, for the number of people we have in this department, I think we are pretty efficient, and we do quite a bit. And again, I would just like to give a shout out to all of the staff here in the budget department who've done a great job and stepped up this budget season. That's
right. Opening it up for any questions. I think it's weird having you as the primary point on one of these meetings.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think I started with one of the first meetings, or maybe it was public safety, and I end with work.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
That's fine. So does anyone have any questions at all in terms of budget, or any general questions?
We're glad you're there, Larry.
I do.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm here too. I really like my job. It's it's interesting.
Well, hold your cheer. We have a question.
I was patiently waiting to see, are there any takers? So since we have you, I just wanted to follow up with a question that we heard earlier today.
Okay.
If you were watching the committee meeting when CBAC was speaking, but the issue of the special districts came up, and the fact that there's many of the special districts are going to be seeing some pretty significant budget increases. Blind Brook has a 21% increase, for instance. Some of the others are 23, I think, for the Bronx Sewer District possibly. So I assumed some of this is debt service. Is that correct? Is there another explanation?
Sure. So I think part of it, what's happened here, and I think you may recall from when the auditors presented, the 2021 results, that last year or this year's current budget, 2022, we budgeted to utilize about 10.7 million in fund balance in the district, which would essentially bring them down to zero. We have not, over a number of years, the tax levies, were not increased in the districts. And so there was a reliance on drawing down fund balance, which was not sustainable in the long run. So what we are doing is, we have a plan to bring them into balance, say by 2025. And in order to do that, obviously, we have to raise recurring revenues to do that. And yes, debt service does make up a considerable portion of the budgets in the districts because they're very capital intensive.
Yeah.
And, we did have obviously the bionutrient removal project, which was hundreds of millions of dollars, which translates into, quite a bit of debt service. And they have, quite a few capital needs to keep the plants running efficiently. And so, yes, debt service is certainly a big part of it. And, so what we're doing is we're going to, through a combination of raising recurring revenues and utilization of ARPA funds to kind of bridge the gap till we can bring them into structural balance. That's the plan. And so, we do have, and I will say this year, we had increased costs because of the fact that, just energy and fuel prices went up so much, and those plants are very energy, intensive for the engines and fans to run. So, no one anticipated the level of increase we've seen in the energy prices. And so, that had to be factored in into our budget as well as our forecast this year. So, but I think what we'd like to do is to bring those into balance. And, it is one of the criticisms that the rating agencies have had, and, predominantly Moody's, that they want to see balance across all the funds, and they don't want to see the sewer districts become a burden on the general fund, which at the rate we were going, that could very well happen. I think that there is opportunity, or there are opportunities for more efficiencies at the plant. But as you know, in the budget, we added additional positions because of the fact that we really should have 2 people on duty at any given shift, and we didn't have staffing levels that allowed for that. So that's a that's a safety issue. And what it also does is it allows that second person who's not monitoring the computer to go around and do routine maintenance and minor repair work rather than wait till those things become major capital issues. So, so that's kind of, so there is a plan here, and I will agree that, yes, some people are going to see some level of increase, but I will also say that on average, if you're looking at $500,000 of full equalized value, any given district, the amount of the dollar increase in is from $3 to $50 a year. So that's the magnitude of the increase. It may look like a lot from a percentage standpoint, but from a dollar standpoint, it's relatively small.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your work throughout the year. We see you often. Look forward to seeing you again very soon.
Okay.
We appreciate it very much to you and your entire staff. Thank you for the work you've been doing.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Okay.
Okay, and with that, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
So, do we have anybody remotely? All right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. All right. We made it before my kind of hard stop. This is amazing.
Soccer game?
Soccer game. I didn't even get to watch a minute of that game.
Aw.
I know, right?